So I'm back on Stori Za Siasa. We've listened to we've read your questions, we've looked at all your comments, and this is amazing. This journey has just begun. We are back. We've just filmed several hours and we've not even scratched the surface. So stay here. There's more coming. One thing that we will not sugarcoat is that all these governments have had players who have benefited from large infrastructure projects. Because that's how you make some money. And each of them is guilty at some level.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. This is Stori Za Siasa, understanding Kenyan politics. Let me say, first and foremost, to all of you who are watching, thank you so much. Your feedback, your comments, everything has been seen. If you have not subscribed, you see, I read the comments and I do what the comments say. For example, I read the comments and somebody said there, I wish this one goes to 30 episodes. And let me say, your wish has been granted. At least we may not go to 30, but I am pushing. I am pushing for more. And so far, all I've been getting is yeses. So that's my feedback. If you've not hit the subscribe button, hit it because it helps us reach. Even this video, like it. Just take a second. It's free. Whether it's free to subscribe and it's free to like. Andy, Ndolo, yes. You said I call you Ndolo here.
Ndolo, whatever you're comfortable
with.
Yeah.
And I feel, Africans, we have honor. Yes. So even though I'm in my early 40s, I still feel it weird not addressing you first by saying Uncle Andy.
I know.
You know what I mean? And you have to put some respect.
I hear you.
That's part of our African culture.
That is part of who we are, part of our identity. Yes.
How has it been for you?
Interesting. When we started this with you, I had no idea where it would go. There was no set script. We just said, let's have a political conversation. You said, look, Uncle, you've got some insight I don't have. Open the door. And I've always wanted to do this because, like I said, I have children who've just crossed the Gen Z mark. I've got one who sits in Gen Z. And there's stuff they'll never know unless we document it.
Yep.
And I'm blessed with a 4-year-old grandson. So I'd like him 15 years from now to watch his grandfather and think, wow, here he was on the point, here he wasn't. But there's material to watch. I wish I could watch General Ndolo.
Oh, wow.
In his element back then. If I could sit and watch a video now and see and say, oh, here he was right, here was wrong, but be blessed to see that. So it's been interesting. I was in my home club, as you know. We play a bit of golf, and Thursdays is club night. So a lot of my golfing buddies, approach and they say, hey, wow, we didn't know you were a politician. Some are saying, we didn't even know you were in Kanu. Others are saying, you mean you are neighbors with the Mois? So it's an interesting thing.
Yeah.
But what I like is that it has stirred something.
Yeah.
And so as long as we can remain as neutral as possible, and we can call a spade, and I pray that the Maker blesses me with the ability to remain there in that space, then we can do something for our great nation. Can open guys' eyes and even inform the generation that is now emerging as political players to make the right decisions.
You know what's impressed me? That there's multi-generationals watching this.
Yes.
We have in the comments, I remember the guy said, Gen Zs don't have the patience to watch this. And a Gen Z replied, we are here and we are watching. They may not be watching it on YouTube, but on TikTok, they are following it like crazy.
Yes.
There's even a whole conversation about your Rolex and whether it's worth $1 million.
What? They're there.
It's there. It's very interesting to see how
I'll show them a guy on River Road. For 3,500, you've got an almost genuine Rolex. Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah.
So they're watching. It's and different sexes, genders.
Yes.
We've got males, we've got females, we've got men and women watching. Yeah. We've got a couple of people saying, "I hope he got his degree so he can be president."
I tell you, gosh, they've taken me back to 2011.
But then also, we've got a couple of people who think this platform is an agenda that we have done to bring the Ruto regime back to power. Like this guy he has nothing, he's just a Kanu guy. There are guys who believe you are here with a straight agenda. There are a lot of angry people.
Yes.
And some of people have abused me in the comments.
They need to stay on the show, and I'm not campaigning for the show. These are people who are walking away before the party has begun. Yes. We are now entering a wedding party and the bride has not landed. And guys are saying this is a bad wedding. Let them stay until the cake has been cut. Yeah, we've got a place to go. By the time we've unpacked everything, they will take back their words. But it's interesting you say that about the...
Actually, some people have already taken back their words. There's some people by episode 2 were complaining.
Yes.
Then by episode 6, they were like, oh, okay, I take it back. He said it.
Yes. You see, the thing that is very important, and this is why I love the point that you said, let's do the introduction. If tomorrow I criticize His Excellency the President, and you don't know that I was a KANU member, you'll think right from the beginning that was my agenda. You must know that I've worked with that side of the politics. And you need to understand that I come from that side. I'm not coming from the tear gas sniffers. Even though I have friends there, I'm not a tear gas sniffer. I'm in the anointed crowd. So I have sight of things that a lot of even the players now in politics who are coming up at a national stage haven't had sight. Because to some I was considered an insider. And what I'm saying here is not stuff that is confidential, or I'm not breaching any contracts. I'm just saying from where I sit, back then, what I saw, where we are today, and I'm hoping I can say something that will point us to where we are going. Now, to go to, there's a point you raised, which we really must unpack for the viewer. You talked about some boiling of people not being so kind to you about the show, about the comments, and some saying we're opening a back door to somebody. Now, obviously, I might not be speaking to a generation that was youthful in the Jomo Kenyatta era, because when Jomo died, I was in Form 1. And the bigger part of his political life, I was a teenager. So I might not be able to speak to that. But I can speak to the Moi era. And I can speak to the other eras coming forward. And this is the other reason why it was good to do this, because the people who have this kind of information to unpack are fading.
Very true.
So there was a boiling, if you can call it that, of anger from the ground up around the time Moi was dealing with the purported coup of 82, after 82, and where he went as a leader. With the Mwai Kenya emergence and all that, there was an anger that started boiling. Whether it was dealt well or it wasn't dealt well, maybe I'm not the expert to say, but I can point out that there was an emergence of opposition leaders who felt the only way they could take on this leader was by way of covert or confrontational politics. Some of them even realized for them to remain alive, for them not to disappear, they had to be in his face. So that if something happens to them, Kenyans will come up in arms. You see? Because if I'm in your face a lot, it becomes too expensive for you to do away with me. As you know, in the Jomo Kenyatta era, there were people who were killed. As you know, in the Moi era, there were people who were killed. Those are not things we can sweep under the carpet. And we're talking about political leaders. I'm not talking about the scenarios we're dealing with now of young, activists and what. I'm talking about some of the administrative level. I'm talking about members of parliament. And you hear stories later, like with the JM karaoke story. You hear, like the Uko story. So people were killed in those presidencies. And I would imagine those who then emerged as political players realized that they had to be vocal continuously, constantly in the president's face, so that they then safeguard themselves by way of remaining visible. And that had its plus and minus. In my humble opinion, the plus was that we then created a platform to criticize the leader of the day. But in so doing, we created another space where there was anger. So you would find, as we grew older, we would say the Luos throw stones. If you want a demonstration in CBD and you want to shut down Nairobi, go for the Luos. But you might not be able to say that's who they were in 1959.
I get it.
You might not be able to say that. You might not be able to say that's who they were in 1948. So what was it? When was it that the clock ticked, flipped?
82.
Or even earlier. You went after their leader. Tomboya is shot.
Aha, it's true.
Or Ginga Odinga is shot. So they feel that they are not part of this government.
There's something you said that for me stood out, and it's something I've been mulling over since. Jomo Kenyatta never returned to Kisumu ever again.
So those people felt orphaned. Now, when we refer to Jomo, as I was in primary school, he was called Mzee, Baba Taifa, father of the nation. So Jomo had 47 children.
Yes.
Or 42 children, the tribes of Kenya.
Or 12 provinces. Yes.
Okay.
In fact, 12 is nice.
12 wives.
Yes, I like 12 because it's connotation of Israel.
Yes, so he had 12 wives and 40 were maybe 42 tribes?
Yes.
So he had 12 wives and 42 tribes. The 12 wives being the provinces and the 42 being the tribes of Kenya.
The children.
The children of Kenya. Now, these children, there was a child called Omolo, the Luo, who was walking barefoot. When the child called Joroge is wearing shoes with socks. There was a child called Ismail in Isiolo who is walking without shorts, shati peke yake, while there's a child called Keraito who has got shorts. So there are children who are being favored more than other children. Siu ni Baba Taifa.
Wow.
So that now can bring you to that anger I'm talking about. There were parts of this country that really felt they were not part of Kenya. You know? And it was not just by way of just discrimination, development. Economically. So what it did is, when now Moi comes into office, and Moi got into office by way of taking over because the president has died. We said in previous the previous episode, he would never have won in an election. He didn't have the numbers. Didn't come from a community that could amass the numbers. Didn't inspire communities to back him and be able to beat the big boys. So you could say, if you're spiritual, you could say was God-given. You could say God planted this man as vice president and made him president. And by so doing, some other children of the 12 wives started getting to eat food, to get clean water.
Oh, wow.
To get shoes and socks. Because now, this mother of theirs is getting access to their father. Before, they could not.
Wow.
Baba Taifa. So, now let's move to this anger. So, we've said the Luo, who people point at. And some of us grew up knowing that we are Jaluo. We even names or terminologies that was used to describe the Luo that were a little derogatory. Kambas would call them Bilondo. It's not a good name, you know? And they would then say things about the Luo, like, these people are not men. The Bantu would say these guys are not circumcised, so they're not men. But who are you to decide that to be circumcised for the Luo is what makes him a man? Their culture, if his circumcision rites in the Luo is a teeth or a gap, that's what makes him a man. Not what the Kamba believe being a man is. That's not it. But these are the things, and as we're talking, because we're talking about the architecture and what has brought us here. So this is what now brought us to that situation where there was a boiling anger. And the boiling anger was in the communities had gotten less favor. That is why Al-Shabaab would find fertile ground
in the northeastern.
And our generation only know Al-Shabaab. If you talk to guys of my father's time, they'll tell you about Shifta. They'll tell you about the Shifta menace. They'll tell you that those guys were saying we want to nchi yetu. Hiyo tunataka ikuwe nchi yetu. We are not part of Kenya. And that is why they would be able to carry out attacks in Kenya because their cousins who are on the Kenyan side will hide them. Yeah, because they're not feeling the warmth. Those are those children who see...
Neglected.
Wanakula nyama once in Christmas. While the other younger brother or bigger brother in Central, and the one in maybe nearer here, Meru and we anakula kuku every Sunday. Lakini ule mtoto kula ugali na mala. Monday to Monday, ugali na mala. So you see.
I get it.
So now this brings out the anger. If you sit with some people, they'll tell you, these Somali guys are like this. It could be because they come from, semi-arid areas. They learn to survive earlier. Their culture demands for you to be a man, you have to be forceful. So that's how they're socialized. But when you talk about the anger, and I want to bring us so that we get to this point where you're saying people are responding the way they're responding. Today.
In 2026.
Exactly. So it comes through when we have Moi as president, we have that space when the opposition has to claw. They have to claw to be visible. And it opens a cycle of second round of anger. First round of anger has gone with Jomo, the Luos, the who are unhappy. Moi has come in. Those guys are being recognized. We've got prominent Luos who are in cabinet. We've got people who appear to be neglected by the Jomo era who now have gotten into this government. But at the same time, there's opposition from the same communities. You've got Luos in government, Luos in the opposition. And the same applies in other regions. And there's anger boiling down there. Some of the things...
But Moi also changes. I think that's a big piece of this puzzle.
It's huge.
Moi becomes... There's Moi A.
Yes.
And in fact, there's Moi AD.
Yes.
And there's Moi BC and
yes.
AC.
Yes.
Before coup
yes.
and after coup.
Bas. And it's like night and day.
Yeah.
It's like night and day. And like we said, a big percentage of us as humans sitting where Moi sat
would have done the same thing.
Would have done. But then there's a disclaimer we have to put. So you are this child who is one of 47 children, and you've known nothing but hardship and mistreatment. But when you get to 25, you can't keep complaining. Because now you're an adult, your mind has formed. Your life cannot be about my father did to this to my mother. You've got to take responsibility as an adult and carve your own path. So, whilst we say that Moi was a harassed vice president and went on to be a president who was not respected, and then that turned him, he also takes some responsibility for what Kenya became. Because he became super powerful, and then he let it run like wildfire. As opposed to, we can understand consolidation of power, clamping down on security, but then there were things that were done in the Moi presidency that were not kosher at all. And then he then extended the mistreatment he was shown. He now treated people in positions of leadership
the same way.
So then he just extended the problem. Instead of recognizing what was done to him and turning around and saying, this will not happen in Kenya, I'm going to make sure we craft a nation of brothers and sisters and we go where we need to go. He then went on to amass wealth. There were a clique around him who amassed wealth. They oppressed.
The opposition.
So it's like people say the Israelis are doing what the Hitler did to them. They're now doing that to the Palestinians. It's similar. So then he added insult to injury. So by the time we are coming to the Kibaki presidency and we are getting to a point where people are they respect Moi as a father figure because that's who we are as Africans, like you were saying when we were offline, but they're getting a little fed up. It's a bit too much. So that brings us to yote yawezekana bila
Bila Moi.
Bila Moi.
And remember what Moi did?
Yes.
Oh, if I've ever wronged you, forgive me. And guys were like, by the way,
Yeah.
forgive me is you.
That's a thing.
You've messed us for decades.
Yes.
And then you come and say last minute, forgive me.
Yes. And when you do what he did now at the tail end of his leadership, and by tail end, I'm talking about maybe the 10 years of his presidency or the 5 years of his presidency, then forces Kenyans to take the best option. So what that kind of environment does is it removes, to a certain extent, the peak of quality. You get a protest vote. When you have a protest vote, you are merely replacing. And I'm seeing that now. Oh, Ruto has to go. So what's going to happen is you end up picking a protest vote. When you have a protest vote, you're not necessarily going for the best possible candidate.
You're going to remove. You don't care.
Exactly.
We'll deal with that later.
Baby with the?
With the bath in water.
With the bath water. But it is dangerous because you're not looking deeply at exactly what you want. You are just saying what you don't want. And we've done that. Now, I think 2-3 cycles where we go. And when I was in Jubilee Advisory Council, the enemy was Raila. Anything but Raila. And so as long as it's not Raila, we are voting. And it has been built. And that is why, essentially, even when Central loved Raila for making Kibaki president, it didn't last long, that love. They went back to that Jaluo man. And that is the architecture that has brought us now to this anger you're seeing. And this anger...
But wait.
Yes.
Again, another thing. I'll interject and I'll always interject.
Yes.
Because your normalcy is gold to me. What you're just saying, which sounds normal. For me, it's gold. Again, there's something you said, the politics of the wave. That's another thing which has stuck with me.
Yes.
So even me, I have my own lessons.
Yes.
Politics of the wave. But then you added to it by explaining there are people whose job it is to create the wave, to sacrifice you so that they can get through.
Go through.
So this politics, for example, anything but Raila can be pushed by an MP because he's under a different party.
What you
Three-piece.
In fact, what you're seeing, and for the young generation, the people who have entered politics now, activists and what have you, it is clear because of Ol Kalou. The bravado with which at Kiaraho's burial service, the way Rigathi commanded the political class and the way the masses reacted to him, we are headed to a scenario where as long as you're DCP in some regions, regardless of qualifications, integrity, you are in. I told you about Fodasili and the guys who ended up councillors in Nairobi in 92. That was a wave. It didn't matter your background. It didn't matter as long as IEBC cleared you. Even if you left committee a week ago and you had murdered 15 people, your children and your grandchildren and people are not clear that you're sane, as long as you are Fodasili, you are in. That was 1992. Fast forward, and I have no doubt in my mind, unless something major happens, knowing the way we are wired as a country, knowing the way we think as tribes, DCP will bring people into county assemblies, into parliament, National Assembly, and it will be purely because of their alignment. And it's the way we've done it. I'm not saying DCP is doing anything new. I'm just saying we've done
They've understood
the game.
So how does this anger continue during Kibaki's era? Because I've understood under Moi.
You've caught it now.
Yes.
So now, during Kibaki era, after the MOU, was this honored? Raila is back to combat mode.
Just hold on. This anger started at oath.
It started 69.
This anger actually started at oath, and it's just fire has just been added to it.
Let me give you a simple example. In 69, like we said in a previous episode, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi is the vice president of Kenya. He sits in the security committee. He sits in the cabinet committee. He is the president in waiting according to our constitution then. But guys close to the boss are saying, hii kitu haitoki Kiambu.
Yeah.
This guy is there, he's in office, appointed by the president, not by a constitutional move. The president says, this is my vice president. But his cronies are saying, this guy is a flower girl. Hii kitu haitoki Kiambu. So what does that do to those who are watching? We have talked about the late Major General Ndolo. He's sitting in all those committees. These guys are talking like this. You're the head of the army.
Wow.
So what does it do to you, your cronies, your people who believe in you? You're human. You sit somewhere and talk about this from a point of anger. I'm sure Mzee did it. I'm sure General Ndolo sat somewhere and said, man, these Kikuyus. So who else was saying that? And what did it do to Kenya? And yet, like we said, it was just a click. After all, they didn't even want it to go to Nyeri.
Do you know, it was just a click. This thing, it was a couple of people who did this thing.
Maybe just a handful. Because across the Chania, populated Kikuyus, and by the way, if we really want to go back to history, those guys across Chania,
or the majorities and the fighters,
those are the guys who went to the forest.
Yes. Yeah.
Those guys of Nyeri are the guys who went to the forest. If we really want to go there, those are the guys who bear the brunt of the colonial suppression when we're going to independence. And now the clique is saying, hata hawa walipigania uhuru. Hawa Mount Kenya, hawa near the mountain. Regard his neighbors, fathers, grandfathers. Hii kitu hata ikaribia. That is how bad it is. So when we go back there, you can see the anger.
Yeah.
Now, I want us now, so that we don't get the viewer lost, I want us now to talk about nearer to now. Nearer to now. Things that a lot of the younger generation will relate with. So this anger has spewed into Kibaki presidency, and because of the rift between him and Raila, it has picked up again in 2013 when MOU is, and there's an opposition pulling.
But we need to say,
yes,
this anger,
yes,
it shows its horns in 2008, 2007.
Yes.
We now see...
2007.
Yes.
We see it now.
We see it almost destroying a nation. And
almost burning.
It sent us to the dark ages.
Exactly.
We just luckily made it out.
And there have been leaders along the way who have seen this anger and tried to do something about it. From whatever prism they were in. Mishuki was sitting on the docket of Interior. A man who was known to be very strong on environmental protection, to be very firm on matter security. There might be things he did that a lot might not agree to. He might have been accused of executions, like what we accuse Matiang'i and other Minister of Interior. We say, extrajudicial killings. You might want to go there. I won't go there. These are matters of law. However, Mishuki picked up on something a lot of people ignored. A lot of people ignored. And today it is a major problem. When he was trying to put the matatu industry into order, when he was dealing with Mungiki, Mishuki said, and it must have come from some research, Mishuki said, touting at bus stops is illegal. And we're going to arrest you if we find you touting. Because a culture had entered where you had 4, 5, 6 young men banging buses, town, Kibera. Now the $1 million question is, when you left your house, you didn't know where you were going? Those of us who used buses and matatus, you've walked out of your house. You know where you're going. Why does a guy banging the mabati of a bus?
Or hoot.
Pep, 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 pep. What for? You know where you're going. And if you have a choice of vehicles, you can look at the ones you want to climb onto. So he must have seen what this could be. Fast forward. So what did it become? It became the cartels that controlled the routes soon thereafter. And now you could be a licensed matatu transporter, but you had to pay the cartel to enter the route. You now are paying the cartel. If you want to operate Nairobi, CBD, Kibera, CBD, there's a cartel there and you have to pay them. And those touts are at every stop and you're paying them. And all they do is hoover around, bang, 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 jump onto moving matatus, get off moving matatus. So we are taking young men at the peak of their energy and brain power and allowing them to do something like that, which requires zero intellect. All it requires a little physical strength, and you're wasting the young guys, because what would happen before touting is these young men would go to the villages, they would do manual jobs. They would be the ones you'd get for kibarua and what have you. If I can just jump a bit forward and then take you back, as recently as 10, 15 years ago, we would do activities. Even I was talking about this with my big brother the other day. You cannot get young men to do manual jobs in the rural areas in numbers, or to get workers who will see through their roles.
Wow.
It's become so hard to get people who actually want to work with their hands and stick to their job. The turnover is amazing. You work with a guy, you're fed up in a week and a half. He's into kumi, whatever, because it's now short-term gratification. They want things quickly. It comes from what we allowed. And that thing we allowed now has gone into the transport sector. What you're seeing with the border, the motorbike riders, which we are looking at, and I'm not sure leaders, and this responsibility falls on both government and the opposition, are looking at this as a time bomb. These guys are a law unto themselves. They don't follow traffic rules. They ride in the opposite direction. And woe unto you if you knock one. They deal with you on the spot.
Judge and jury.
Yes. And they are getting more and more emboldened because they are getting away with it more frequently. And it speaks to this whole anger spewing that has gone on. Then we come back, let's rewind the clock a little bit, to the role the political class has played. You see, when we had an all-powerful single-party state, you had no voice as a leader who did not agree with Kanu. So when multi-party came in 92, you had a voice, but very controlled, very limited. So what happened? The opposition had to get creative. So people made careers insulting the president. You can't blame them. They came from an oppressed background. Weddings became the forums. Funerals even more so. Because you're not going to get a permit to address guys. Yeah, the Kanu government will make sure we don't give you a permit. So now funerals became the thing.
So this is how it started.
So if you look at today, guys don't know. Funerals are no longer funerals. Case in point, Olkalao. You're doing a requiem service to remember the local MP who was Jubilee. DCP has owned the space. The guys who should be saying our guy, Jubilee, are being pushed to the periphery. They have no voice. And it is not just in Okalao. I could tell you burial after burial in the last decade or so. But it started from that background where Ford and then Ford Kenya and the other opposition parties that formed after the lifting of 2A had no other option that to capture whatever captive audience they can address.
Oh, wow.
And it started in burials. What has happened now in the last 10 years is that it transitioned to market centers. So the sunroof now is a platform. So you come to a market center, they are captive audience. You want the cameras to show you at crowds, but you came market day. The Soko is full anyway. It's full anyway. You come out of your sunroof and, hey, 1 term or 2 terms, you know? And then what has it done? Then there's always a crowd.
So that's why even you, when you were campaigning, it was market, eh?
It was market. That's the only way you could get the numbers. And it's the only way you mobilize without spending. But now you see where now the burial thing came from. And then we move forward to that anger because the opposition could not say anything good. So of course, so we got into this scenario where anybody who's opposing government is nasty. There's no middle ground. There's nobody walking in the middle.
Yes.
You're either left or right. And by the way, for some of us in Kanu, it started getting uncomfortable. Remember, I had a passion in DP because I felt Emilio was a gentleman.
Yeah.
So now I'm in this other group and it's all insults. I went for a rally and I'm vying for MP, and Molu Mutesia was with us. Mutinda Mutiso had won in the by-election. We were now campaigning for the general election in 2002.
I remember this.
So we go to a school, and all the aspirants are there, both KANU and otherwise. And speaker after speaker, insults and wrong language. The late Molu Mutesia was blind. He had lost his sight. He would come to those rallies, somebody would hold his hand. So he's sitting there with us. So I'm getting very uncomfortable. And it had been happening now for a while. About this, either left or right. I didn't personally have a problem with Mutinda Mutiso, but I was contesting, I was competing against him. But I didn't see the need to insult him because he's not my enemy. He's my contestant. It's like a soccer match. We're going to hug after the match ends. And I also recognize that if he wins, I need to be able to still access him. Maybe there's stuff I want to do in my own division, which will not happen because I insulted him. So we're at this rally and speaker after speaker and after speaker. And when I get to the mic, I'm almost lost for what to say. So I get to the mic and I think, what am I going to say? I mean, the kind of bile that's been spewed here. So I say, I'm in KANU. My presidential candidate is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. My brother Mutinda Mutiso, and he's sitting there with Molu Mutesia.
And he's blind.
And Molu is blind and a few other aides. And I say, his candidate is Emilio Mwai Kibaki, because at this point we all had candidates. Emilio had emerged. And I said, to me, it's simple mathematics. You political class here, supporters, people supporting me, don't insult Mutinda. We're both Kambas from the same constituency. Uhuru is Kikuyu, Kiambu. Kibaki Kikuyu from Nyeri. I'm sure if you go to Central, they are saying, mukitupea muzee, ni sawa. Mukitupea kijana, ni sawa. And we are here, tunatoana macho. Are we serious?
Wow.
Are we serious? Tunatoana macho as Kambas, and we are fighting for two candidates from the same community. What are we thinking? So when I finished, when Molu Mutesia stood up, he sent his personal assistant, a friend of mine. He told him, Andrew Ndola not to go. Because he's blind. After I finished talking. So the guy come to me, tells me, now, we used to call him now, which is father in Kamba. Now he's saying you don't go. And remember, I had been taken to him by my mother.
Yeah.
In my beginning. So he's a man I couldn't defy, whether or not we're in the same camp or not. And remember, he was in KANU with me. We were left with him and Gideon Ndabuki in KANU. So what happens is, I sit, and Mutinda then addresses. As member of parliament, he's the one who talks. He invites Molu Mutesia to speak. And when he invites Molu Mutesia to speak, Molu Mutesia says, I hope Ndola is still here. And I said, yes, now I'm here. Because I'm sitting behind him, he's in front, standing on the mic. And he says, God bless you, because you've hit the nail on the head. We have no reason to claw at each other as a community, because we are all supporting presidential candidates from the same community. And at that end, they are comfortable, whoever you give them. So we must be as comfortable here. So what am I saying? That unnecessary animosity, and it is unnecessary, and it is what we call cheap shots, became the foundation of how we did our politics. If you now forward the clock today.
Oh, wait. After 2007, I understand why the anger is still there.
Yes.
So why does the anger continue? Why does the anger continue in 2012? Why doesn't it die?
We were really, really divided by the time we came to 2012. Number one, there were many who felt Uhuru a Kikuyu should not be succeeding Kibaki a Kikuyu. That this thing has become a private club. Some of us, myself included, felt that we were not backing a Kikuyu. We were backing Uhuru. We felt it was of our generation. We had seen how he had grown up. Yes, he speaks Kikuyu. Yes, he's been brought up in the cultural. He understands the culture because that's who Jomo was. And you can't fault him for that. You cannot fault the Kikuyu for wanting to identify with their culture. You can't do that. That is who they are. Just like the Maasais held on to their shukas. We were neighbors in Sultan Hamud with the Maasai community. They would come from work on Friday in trouser and clothes, and on Saturday they are in shukas and akalas, because that's how they identify with being home. They would come to the markets. Guys I know who speak English, and he's dressed in the attire. That's his pride. So we cannot fault the Kikuyu for that. But what it did, because of that click back in 1969, there was always suspicion. It shouldn't have mattered that Uhuru was coming to succeed Kibaki. It should have mattered what he represents. But it mattered, and the anger crossed.
Yes.
So we had those in CORD who just felt, if for nothing else, this guy should not be president. Doesn't deserve it. Others were saying, he's just a prince. He doesn't deserve it. But we, those of us in the camp, were of a different opinion. We were like, give the guy a chance. We think there's something here. Give him a chance. And I will say again, politics is not a perfect science. It's not an equation you put there and say, this is how this guy will be 5 years from now. This is how this guy will be 10 years from now. You can't say that. Case in point, Daniel Arap Moi. At entry to the presidency, who the man was. 3 years later, who the man became. You couldn't foresee that. So this is the thing. So the anger transitions. And now, there's a new animal that has entered the space. There's gradually growing unemployment. So, we've got not the boys from the village of the 70s. We now have Form 4 leavers, college graduates, university graduates. They don't have jobs.
And they have degrees,
They're
distinctions.
Yes. They are knowledged. They have knowledge. They're learned, rather. That's the word. They're learned. And they're jobless. So there's a bigger anger now. And the anger now is backed by not just tribal groupings, but by circumstances on the ground. Back then, it was largely tribal groupings. It's the Luo saying, these Kikuyus. And the Kikuyu says, those Jaluos. But now it's different. Even us Kambas and the Maasais, we look down on them and say they don't wear pants. We say, Mokabi, this guy doesn't wear pants. He's, what kind of a man is this? But now it has changed. Now it's young people who don't have work. And as we cross 2013, Uhuru was ascended, and we're moving on to 2017, it's even a bigger problem. Because now, these guys don't have work. They're learned, they're young, they're full of energy. And so, they're getting more and more exposed to what's going on. They now understand. And this conversation about corruption is now available. In the 70s and 80s, it is there, but this tool doesn't exist. So there are whispers in clubs and restaurants that, hey, this guy in Kanu, there's a guy called Kamlesh Patni, it's whispers. There's Ketan Somaya, it's whispers. It's just talk. Even Goldenberg, people can't quite unpack for you. Not many can unpack for you what Goldenberg actually was and what it actually did to our economy. What did it do to our forex reserves? Not many people, but it was there. But now you're in 2013. If you look at the numbers from Safaricom, the number of people who are on digital platform, in other words, mobile phone numbers, are in the millions. We're talking over 15 million people on mobile. And as we move into 2017, the smartphone is not a preserve for the rich anymore.
Yes. It's a common, it's a tool for everyone.
And now, I pity Ruto and those playing the political game now. Now the smartphone is the tool. The TV doesn't exist.
Yeah. Morara will show us what you haven't done.
Yes.
Vampire dies.
Yes.
We will know what was pledged.
Yes. Can you imagine?
Accessibility to information.
It has grown. And what has it done? Because maybe as a country, and some of us must take responsibility. And this is why I felt we need to do this. I need to unpack what I know. I'm not a genius, I'm not a political scientist, but I'll do it. And anybody who feels that I have missed my way is welcome to come onto this show, to reach out to you and unpack and say, no, Ndolo was off here.
By the way, these guys are unpacking in the comments.
Yes.
And I love it.
Because we're growing a nation.
Continue. Guys are giving their views.
Yes. and I encourage it because I think as much as we are politically wired, we can do a lot for Kenya, not purely just sitting as politicians, but as responsible citizens, fathers, grandfathers, leaders at that level. Whether or not some of us still aspire to be in the political space, we have a duty to just pull out there what we know, to critic and critic fairly, because I am of the opinion you cannot seek the top seat or any political seat in Kenya if you don't love Kenya. You cannot love Kenya is everything your opponent does is bad. You demonize him, he's the devil. How do you love Kenya? That guy is a Kenyan. Where is he going when you win? So Sifuna becomes president. Where do you think William Ruto is going? And his children, his cousins, his friends, his neighbors, they are Kenyans. Are you saying they are going to be locked in a container in Sugoi and you don't want to see them? They have a right to be on this country. So if you are going to critique him, be responsible in your criticism.
And be factual.
And be factual. And that is why I feel, and I like the way we've done this and the way you even unpacked where we are going. We cannot lean on one side. And yet we're human. You must have somebody who you'd rather see at the helm. I might have somebody I would rather see at the helm. But I have a duty to my kids. I have a duty to my nieces and nephews, my relatives, my brothers, my sisters, because I've now come on air, to be responsible. And that responsibility should extend to our leaders. You should be responsible. When you say, and the viewers will excuse my language, Mutu wako anahara shona mukundu. You are a father. You say that, and you are speaking at the national stage. Really? And I recognize you could be angry with somebody because you are betrayed, but surely some level of decorum. And that we have lost that over time, and we have to call it out. And I'll call out on both sides of the divide. Surely let's get some soberness if we truly love this Kenya, and we must respect. We must give Kenyans the respect they deserve. And that means applying some level of decorum when we speak. And the bodies that have been mandated with a duty to call this out should do it. Anybody who's leaning towards incitement must be called to order. Because we are not going to be able to turn the tide on the unemployed overnight. The president can present good ideas, good projects, but it is a marathon, not a sprint. If we are saying this will give 4 million jobs and this will give 2 million jobs, it is not a sprint. And because it is not a sprint, we must recognize that we are not going to change the unemployed thing overnight. That means we will have young, energetic, disillusioned youth. And we owe it to this country to manage that space carefully.
You know, this is our intro episode as we continue with the conversation on chronologically explaining the history of politics in Kenya, understanding Kenyan politics. We started from independence, and we've been moving, and you've been unpacking the whole journey. We stopped somewhere, and we're going to continue, but this conversation that you're hearing is the intro. It's like a recap and just you unpacking feedback from the previous episodes. As you speak about this anger, I think it's crucial and pivotal to mention the Mandamano protests. I know that that was another boiling point for a different generation as they came to have a conversation about economic conversation. But then what happened on that day was then an addition of anger to a whole new different generation. So when you hear the one term, when you hear anything with the name Ruto and a whole generation, disgusted by his name, I recognize where they are coming from. However, to any Gen Z listening, you still do yourself disservice by not watching the whole of this conversation. Because we are going to get to 2024, or even 2023.
Yes.
But currently, when the early 2000, we're in 2008. That's where we are in this journey.
Yes.
So I'll give yourself, you owe it to yourself to understand the history.
Yes.
Because we didn't just arrive 2024.
Yes. And that's precisely it. For any Gen Z, you have a duty to understand how we traveled from 64 to 2024. You have a duty. Some of the stuff that happened when I was a child, you might feel might not be relevant. That's all well and good. But just understand a little bit of it. And in a future series, you and I will go academic. We will unpack the economy.
And the Constitution.
And the Constitution. We will go there. And if we need to read from something so that we are factual to those watching, we will do it. I would like to have a conversation where we tell Kenyans where we were when Jomo died and Moi ascended to the presidency. Where were we? What was the income tax collecting? What did we have in the basket that is the treasury in Kenya? What were we spending? How much were we spending on paying loans? How much were we spending on salaries? I'd like us to jump pretty much like what those who've watched Jimmy Wanjigi does. We will unpack it. And because I know there are those who, when Jimmy speaks, they switch channels because they believe he aligned with a particular group. We will do it without emotion.
Yes.
We will do it without giving accolades or anything. We'll just say, these are the facts.
This is what it is.
These are numbers.
It is what it is.
Exactly. 78, 79, these are the numbers. 2001, 2002, Moi is exiting, these were the numbers. What was being collected, what was being spent, what was going towards paying loans.
Okay.
And what it did to the economy. And we'll jump and jump and jump until enter William Samoei Ruto. What did Uhuru leave in the basket? What were they paying in loans? What were we paying for salaries? So that Kenyans understand, how did we get to where we are economically? Before we cast aspersions on what Uhuru did, or what Ruto did, what Kibaki did. First, understand the numbers. Then you can make an informed decision for yourself when you have the numbers. You can say, hey, this guy was a bit reckless. Hey, this guy had an appetite for borrowing. Hey, this guy had an appetite for infrastructure projects. One thing that we will not sugarcoat is that all these governments have had players who have benefited from large infrastructure projects. Because that's how you make some money. And each of them is guilty at some level. If the viewer finds that WSR is very heavy on infrastructure, they will make their own assessment and their own judgment on
Yours
whether
is to
or
present
not,
the facts.
yes, whether or not it's a fundraising exercise he's doing or whether he's doing it for Kenya. What Uhuru did, the same. If in Uhuru's borrowing, a heavy amount of the money went to infrastructure projects, they will make their assessment. But we will give them the info and we will point them in a direction in terms of knowledge. Look at this in this way, make the assessment yourself.
This is what this number means.
This is what this number means.
Because me, I'm layman, because I consider myself a danda.
Yes.
All things politics.
By the way, let me tell you, I don't have depth in economic conversations, but I have an interest. And I am imagining there are many Kenyans who are sitting where I'm sitting. And they would like it unpacked, devoid of too many technicalities. Speak to me like I'm in primary school. 1 + 1 is 2.
Yes.
Don't give me X, Y, Z equation.
EMC squared.
I wasn't even good in that in school. So don't take me there. And there are many Kenyans who are not there. But just put it in simple math. Somebody said the other day, I don't remember whether it was Jimmy or somebody else, one of the shows I was watching, they said, for every 100 shillings that we collect through Kenya Revenue Authority, X amount goes to this, X amount goes to this. We are left with 10 shillings to put into development. And that takes me back to a conversation we had previously where I said, because you are vying for the top seat and you have numbers, like the crowds we are seeing following Edwin Sifuna, maybe he will have the power to bring about an initiative to take us to a referendum where we actually ask ourselves, how many counties can we afford? Forget about what we want, what we need.
You know, that's where we stopped.
Yes.
Actually, in this conversation,
Yes.
we stopped just after the PEV.
Yes.
Because now we're going to go into the new constitution.
Yes.
And then we're going to go on.
Yes.
But I've just two clips
Yes.
that have happened since you were here
Yes.
a week ago.
Yes.
The first one is yesterday. Our
Yes.
president gave a speech.
Yes.
Did you happen to watch it? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Let's stop talking about Thika Road, because Thika Road was the most prominent infrastructure project at that point that had been accomplished by the Kibaki regime. It was a prominent project. And Kibaki says,
The first one is yesterday. Our
Yes.
president gave a speech.
yes.
Did you happen to watch it? Do you have any thoughts on that?
In fact, what I did is I didn't watch it live, but because I like to consume issues like that, I sat early morning today. I got up early, headphones, iPad, and I just listened. So I remember when I rewind the clock, Vision 2030. So these are the things, this is my personal opinion.
Mugo Kibati.
Yes. This is my opinion from a layman's position. The ordinary Kenyan, I believe we would look at it the same way, because I've not done economics or what have you, you know. It is important, very important, to always have a roadmap. Even when you start a company and the bank asks you, you say you're borrowing, you give projections. You say, in 5 years, this is what our projections are. And because this is what our projections are, we are confident if we take this loan, in 6 years, we'll have paid it. And then the bank interrogates your projections and says this is unrealistic or this is realistic, because there's a little bit of history you're showing them. If it's a startup and you're going to the institutions that lend startups, then they have a formula they look at. There's a formula they look at and they say this is a realistic projection, this is not. So even for a country, it's very important to have a roadmap. His Excellency gets a little caught up in 6 months we will do. In 6 months we will do. I would rather he is a bit flexible with those timelines and they're not pegged to just a political cycle. You see, when I heard Vision 2030, I was impressed because of one thing and one thing only. It was not pegged to the 5-year political cycle. So this somebody was saying, even when I'm not president, this is where we should go. So in the same light, what William Samoei has said, before we dive into the document, the fact that he's talking about 2060 is a good thing. He's telling Kenyans, this is where we are going. And let's not get caught up in whatever dislike we have for the president. Let us realize that he's drawing a roadmap beyond him. That's one. Good.
What was the thing? What was it that he did?
So this is what I caught.
It's national address.
Yes, and what I caught, because he addressed the nation on Vision 2060.
Yeah.
So for me, there was one thing that really caught me and made me say that as a country, these are things we should ask ourselves. He talked about where we were in 1964. And he talked about certain countries that were approximately in the same level as us, 1964. And then he talked about 10, 20 years later, the progress those countries had made and where we were. And then he brought us to the current situation, where those countries are and where we are now. And in between, he mentioned other countries, other than the guys who were with us in 64. He mentioned other countries midstream who also had made some progress and who were at par with us. And in that conversation, I failed to hear, I can't remember him talking about somebody who had retrogressed seriously. All he pointed out is that some of them, we had slower growth than some of the countries who are with us. And that sitting where we are sitting, we are not doing as good as we should be doing. We've been left behind. Then he talked about how he believes we can go where we are going. Now, it's hard for him not to sound like he's giving an academic conversation. Like where a lecturer tells you, master's degree in 6 years or whatever. Because this is an agenda that is beholden to political activity. You need the political goodwill to implement the stuff that you would like to implement, to take us where you'd like us to go. And where you're saying as a leader, we need to go. So, without wanting to sound like everything in Kenya is politics, it is important that that roadmap he has drawn is linked to the apparent connection between the presidency and the ground. Current situation. Many feel that there's a disconnect that has developed. Many feel that when he was campaigning, he appeared to understand where the ground was.
And you will talk about that,
remember? Yes, and he resonated. And that's why his campaign resonated. He appeared to connect. People might forget the activities he carried out in Karen at the DP's official residence when he was DP, where he would host different groups, guys who are in tailoring, car wash. Yeah. He appeared in touch.
Qua ground.
And those guys are the ones who propelled him to where he went. He appears to have not to be as much in touch. So, 2060 as an agenda is very good. I would say, from where I sit, it is important to always have a roadmap like that for a country, where you can tell people this is where we are. We need to go here by this date. So that people can see you are drawing a roadmap that goes beyond your lifetime in office. Very important.
You think long term?
Long term.
Bigger than yourself?
Yes.
The country is bigger than you.
And Kibaki, when he went there, he opened our eyes that, wait a minute, we can think beyond. I remember, to slightly digress, I was invited to the official launch of the ICT in Konza. And Kibaki was president then. And my friend Ezekiel Mutua was the Minister of Information. And I'd interacted with him a bit. And so he sent me an invite. He calls me, tells me, come, you're from Makueni County, you're from Kilome. This thing is practically in Kilome. Come, join the president as he launches this thing. I'm sending you a card. Come and pick from my PA, from my secretary. So I went to Joko House where his office was. Ezekiel Mutua, and I got the invite and I went for the launch. And my big brother, my elder brother, Kalonzo, was vice president.
Question, is this Ezekiel Mutua for Film Board?
Yes.
Deputy Jesus?
That guy. That's what you call him?
Yeah, Deputy Jesus.
That guy. Somebody I've interacted with. I've been to his home in the village. I've met his late parents.
He was minister?
He was a director communication, I believe. In the Ministry of Information. Yes. Yeah. Because as you know, being a journalist, he was well placed. That's a place for him to sit. So, His Excellency, the Vice President, my elder brother Kalonzo Musyoka, speaks before the President and invites the President to speak. And coming from the anointed side of politics, you really, really have to be careful what you say. You must be able to catch what the president has done, your boss, very carefully. And Kalonzo is good at that. He's very careful not to step on toes, particularly in his days in government. So he gives a speech, a decent speech, and he praises Kibaki for Thika Road and talks about the ICT and that this is a leader who is looking at infrastructure growth and looking at moving Kenya to the next level. When Emilio Kibaki gets to the mic, he almost trivializes Kalonzo's speech. Not trivialize, just says, let's stop talking about Thika Road, because Thika Road was the most prominent infrastructure project at that point that had been accomplished by the Kibaki regime. It was a prominent project. And Kibaki says, instead of looking at Thika Road, let's do 5, 10 Thika Roads, wherever else in the country. Let's lift the ceiling. Let's not look small. Let's not think small. And so I realized, okay, this is interesting. He was telling us, think big. For me, again, that was exciting.
Wow.
Because we tend to think in 5-year cycles. We tend to contain ourselves. And that is why the current president is caught up in promises of 6 months, 3 months. Before him, and I know guys tease him, but just rewind the clock. In the previous presidency, it was in 100 days. In 100 days we'll do. In 100 days we'll do. In 100 days we'll do. In my guy's presidency, when we were all celebrating Jubilee,
yes,
it was 100 days. Here, there, you know.
The first 100 days.
Yeah. Because yes, I recognize you must attach a time frame to any promise you make. But you must also ask yourself, when you attach a time frame, what does it do to your perceived integrity as a leader? Wouldn't it be better if you say in the next several months? In the next several months, in a couple of years.
But maybe Kenyans are tired of those promises because the before regimes that never did anything.
I could show you roads that were promised in the Kanu regime that have not been done today. They were promised in the 80s when I was 23, 24 years old, where the president or minister comes and says, or member of parliament in his campaigns, the sitting member of parliament says, we shall tarmac this road from here in Emali to Matiliko to Okea to where, and 20 years later, it's still being promised. So, but you see what I'm saying. So the Vision 2060 is a good thing to have as a nation. It's a good thing because it shows that the leadership is thinking beyond their cycle in office. Yes. However, it is important that the leadership understands, which I'm sure they do, that they need political goodwill to move those targets. And to be able to achieve those targets, for you to have the political goodwill, you need to have an ear to the ground, which I must say feels like they've lost. There's a line they've lost. And because, like we said, when you sit at that level, if you're a consumer of intelligence as the head of state, you know these things. So he has got to craft a way.
Unless you're surrounded by yes men.
Even if you're surrounded by yes men.
The truth is the truth.
The most important part is the intelligent networks are supposed to give you actual facts. That's why I keep saying, wind back the clock to 2002, the intelligence had told President Daniel Arap Moi, your choice
is the weakest
is
link.
Unlikely to take it. So he moved into the campaign with that knowledge.
Okay.
So now I'm imagining, fast forward to 2026, they must be telling the boss, we will not win in Olkalau. What has just happened? They must be telling him, moving forward, unless we switch anything, in August of 2027, we have lost this block.
Yes.
Lost this block.
Yeah.
Lost this block. You have this block. You have this block. This block that you have is not sufficient to give you 50+1 or to get you to the presidency.
Your VP
Yes.
is not VPing.
Exactly.
Your VP is, and that's one of the things that I'm sure he'll go.
Yes,
But now
yes.
that you brought this up,
Yes.
I want us to, guys, I hope you've tracked with us. Again, if you've got any questions, put them in the comment section. There's a lot of things that we're thinking about doing in terms of engaging with your questions.
Yes.
We will, during our pre-recorded sessions, engage with them. And you never know. We can even go live
Yes.
and have a session like that.
Yes.
But all of this is informed by your feedback, by the intelligence that we get through you. Okay, so let's go back to the chronological story that you've been beautifully presenting and giving to the people.
Yes.
Where we are, nusu mkate, is it called that?
Yes.
So 2008.
2008,
Okay.
after PEV.
After PEV and handshake.
Yes.
What does continue the story from there?
In the single party days, the church, okay, let me not say the church, certain churches, depending on dominance in the region, would quietly campaign for Kanu. When I was vying for member of parliament, my 2 or 3 advisors told me, you're Catholic. All the priests in Kilome must know you in person.
Where we are, nusu mkate, is it called that?
Yes.
So 2008.
2008,
Okay.
after PEV.
After PEV and handshake.
Yes.
What does continue the story from there?
So the country burns, and an extremely dark part of the history of Kenya, and eminent personalities come, talks, negotiations, government is formed. Government is expanded. Big government, bigger than anything Kenyans thought we would see after Moi, because politicians have to be accommodated and regions have to be accommodated to get a semblance of peace, and we get peace. And because of PEV, the feeling in the political class and even the constitutional experts is that what we started in 2005 has to be revisited, and we've got to conclude it. We've got to have a conversation about our constitution. And now with the knowledge of what has just happened in 2007. So we end up in Bomas.
Back to Bomas.
But unlike in 2005, we appear to all be pushing in the same direction. Because the most prominent opposition leader is now prime minister. And the president and the prime minister are working together with the vice president. So essentially, the opposition is all but melted.
Yes, everybody's for this thing to get
Everybody's
passed.
for this thing to go. But William Samoei Ruto goes no.
Huh?
Yes. 2010. He disagreed with the draft constitution, and he campaigned against the constitution.
First of all, I'm wondering, is that brilliant or brilliant? Just from a political standpoint.
Yes.
I'm like, it cuts him off.
And what does he do?
But then I'm like, is it also just the wrongest thing ever to do?
And he has reasons. He picks certain clauses. And he says they go against his beliefs, Christian beliefs. And the churches follow him. So he has a huge cluster of churches walking with him in the no camp. So don't imagine when the church was campaigning for him in 2022 that it was a new relationship. There's people in the clergy who have been buddy-buddy with him from 2010.
That's why there's a church in State House now, funded. Anyway, just gone.
He's always had that connect. So he goes no. And because of the combined force in yes, he loses. But he has just put out his first experiment at a national campaign.
Oh man, that is okay. We need to break this down, because if I hadn't had this conversation with you previously, I would have been like, what's wrong with him? Why is he doing this?
Yes.
But now, because you've sort of painted things, I understand how he must have stood out from this rest, because they were a block.
He almost, in fact, not the word is not almost, he automatically became a nationally known leader.
What?
2010. Guys had known him, maybe Uko Kanu, corridors, Nini, but now Kenyans know there's a guy called William Samoei Ruto who is swimming against the tide.
And he went qua ground
Completely.
to
Networks to campaign for the no side to win.
Is there a referendum?
Yes, it was a referendum.
There was one.
There was a referendum. That's how we voted for the Constitution, and the Constitution was then promulgated in a ceremony. One of the clips you shared is actually about Kibaki at the promulgation of the Constitution, where General Kianga, who was a CGS, is standing by his side. When we were addressing the Kibaki era, you did post.
Yes.
That photo is at Uhuru Park at the promulgation of the Constitution.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
But William WSR, William Samoei Ruto.
He had gone no.
And this is the first time his voice is nationally getting to that magnitude.
Remember, he was extremely visible in the run-up to PEV. There were heated exchange on the floor in KICC between the side that was PNU. Remember, there was a party called PNU that was launched a few months to the election.
Yes.
And it became the party that Kibaki vied for his second term on. Because
DP
had been swallowed by the NARC coalition. And now NARC was having the problems it had with the KANU guys who had rebelled from KANU and now had campaigned against the government in the Orange Banana campaign and were kicked out of government by Kibaki. So they were out. These guys who had helped get him, Raila, Tosha, and the others, were out.
Yep.
So when they were out, then they have this party that they put together, and they had their own squabbles because they had ODMK, because ODM ticket was to somebody. You catch all that?
Yeah, I have remembered.
So now fast forward, they have formed government. And upon forming government, they recognize they have to change the constitution to go devolution.
This thing is crazy.
Because in 2005, the side that was known was talking about Majimbo. What we now call a devolution. They were saying Majimbo. But it's a slightly different meaning in terms of, it's as if you're saying coast for Costarians, eastern for, It's
almost states, like United States of America.
Precisely.
Yes.
So now here we are, 2010, we're going for a constitution, and the bulk of these guys who are fighting in 2007 are in one camp, but there's a solitary character, William Samoei, who is saying, no, my Christian networks, my Christian faith does not agree with 1, 2, 3, because they appeared to be lax on the LGBT part of the constitution. And he couldn't agree with that. And so he goes no.
Before this, had religion played a role, or what was the relationship between religion and politics previous to this?
In the single party days, the church, let me not say the church, certain churches, depending on dominance in the region, would quietly campaign for KANU. When I was vying for member of parliament, my 2 or 3 advisors told me, you're Catholic. All the priests in Kilome must know you in person. Because they have an ability to influence their congregation. And because Abanas Kioko the late, who was a bishop in charge of that whole Ukambani region, was warm with KANU. His counterpart,
Yeah.
Ndingi Mwananzeki, was not. He was a rebel and had clashed with the government during the Jomo Kenyatta days and had been transferred through influence from government to Nakuru because he's trouble. So he was pushed to Nakuru. Ndingi Mwananzeki. So the relationship between state and church was an interesting one.
And it's a weekly platform.
There were those like the Catholics who were deemed to be a little leaning, but not the Catholics in whole. Some bishops were warm, some were not. Like that example of Ndingi Mwananzeki
Yes.
and Abanas Kioko. Abanas is warm, Ndingi is not. So
And
that's
Moi
the relationship.
Is Moi coming out proudly? I remember Moi was
Moi was AIC, proud. And AIC was then pro-government.
What about Jomo?
Now, Jomo has
Jomo
always
is-
been a Catholic.
Oh, for real?
That is why Ndingi was being transferred. Because he had made pronouncements that seemed to be anti-government
Wow.
at the pulpit. And you must remember, not only are the Kenyatas Catholic, and even we are Catholics, Uncle George, as we call him, was a priest, Uhuru's uncle. And then he stepped from priesthood and he exited the priesthood and got married. Uhuru's uncle, brother to his mother. A very good friend of mine. An extremely warm gentleman, an amazing father figure. He has actually, on times when I've had conversations politically with people, like I was under pressure to vie in 2022. And from here and there, he's one of the people I sat with. Because he's a true father figure. I went to his office, we sat, I told him what I'm being told, he listened, and he gave me his advice.
Wow.
Yes. So this man had been priest, had been my father's priest because he was a priest at the cathedral, which is now a basilica, Holy Family.
Wow.
And my father and mother would go there for Sunday Mass.
One in town?
Yes. He was a priest there. George Mohoho was a priest there.
I went to school with his sons
Yes, with Mike
and John.
Yes, so he was a priest there. So the Kenyatas have always been Catholic. As you know, they've built a beautiful church in Gatundu recently. Beautiful church, which I believe is one of the legacy things they want to do.
Oh, wow.
So they have one in Gatundu from their pocket, no fundraising. They've done a beautiful church. So because Jomo was Catholic, it was natural that there would be some who are pro-government, and if there were fewer anti-government, then the state was uncomfortable with them. And that is why I believe, for whatever reason, whatever it is Ndingi Mwananzeki said, it was pushed to Nakuru sometime in 74, 75. And 71, 72. Because when he was pushed there, my father was still Major General. And for that installation in Nakuru, we traveled to Nakuru.
Oh, wow.
Because of his closeness. And I remember the trip to Nakuru with my mother, my father, my brothers and sisters. And I remember, in fact, I have this memory of Nakuru, I think it's Country Club, and how cold, we wanted to swim, and how cold the swimming pool was, you know? So, but that is the story of the Catholic Church, or rather the church and the state. So exit Kenyatta, enter Moi, and AIC is his church. And because of that, there are AIC churches that took advantage of his presidency to even acquire land
Oh, wow.
irregularly to set up churches. Because the president is one of us. One case in point is a church behind my compound in Langata, Ngei Phase 2, that acquired a playground to become a church.
Oh.
And we keep having squabbles with them about noise pollution. Because if they have a wedding on Saturday, you are a guest. In your sitting room, you are a guest to that wedding. And because that land was not earmarked for a church, obviously the noise levels a church would emit will interfere with your peaceful enjoyment of your home. So that era of Moi and him being a staunch AIC, and then AIC Church then growing to what it became, then of course Kibaki, another Catholic. So the Catholic has had, quite some favor. Uhuru, another Catholic. And now Ruto, who comes from the evangelical networks. You see?
And his wife is strong on that.
Very strong. And they've been, and this is not a recent move.
Yeah.
From their days in the university, they were active in Christian movements within the university. A lot of people like to say, oh, these guys are Christian pretender. No. You must understand. None of us are angels. We are all human. We are given to human problems, behavioral problems and everything. But first and foremost, he is a Christian. And because of that, he took the no position in 2010 and has networks with the evangelicals. We saw it in 2022. The churches were clearly aligned. Mainstream churches were not happy. Because the mainstream churches come with the more traditional following. And of course, there are the Kenyatas and the Mois, more of the mainstream. And as you know, there's always that competition between mainstream and the evangelicals. So now the evangelicals were largely with him. And as you've noticed recently, people in the political class have been calling the church to account. Saying, you guys backed this man. Extrajudicial killings are going on by this leader who you guys backed. Cost of living is up by this man who you backed. And they're asking the church to play a prominent role in the coming election.
In fact, the church's role in politics, and that's what I'm saying, this new generation, you have, Gen Zs are different. They are actually repelled by church of some of these things that have happened. Because it doesn't correlate. You say this, but then during protests, you are not opening up your doors for us to enter. Something like that. So I don't want to call it small, but something like that has brought a rift between the Gen Zs and church. But there's another religion that was tiny that has now begun to play a very serious role, just because we entered this rabbit hole of religion, that has begun to play a very serious role in politics, and this is the Muslim community. Any thoughts on that?
You see, the Muslims, as we were talking about the Bantu, the Kushites, the Nilotes, and in a previous series, we identified, we went to a point where we said, Islam is a very successful religion because of the people in our region who identify, the Kushites, who are, when they believe, they believe. And they're very disciplined to what they believe in. Now, fast forward, the message that Islam has told has largely remained consistent. Largely. The evangelicals have been overtaken by the gospel of prosperity, where they justify amassing of wealth, where the pastors are billionaires, and they show their wealth. And they preach that God wants you to be rich. God doesn't want you to be poor, to justify the money you're going to give. And they say, I had a dream that my wife is owning a car. And the congregation fundraises for the pastor's car. But the Muslims do not ask money of you. The Muslims do not build their mosques through fundraisings. Muslims build the mosques based, it's a philanthropic agenda. The wealthy build the mosques. And every mosque they build, particularly outside the urbanized areas, they make sure there's a borehole, and then they set up the madrasa. And when they set up the borehole, the community then benefits from that water. So they have a touch with the ground. And it is easy to see why the younger generation would follow them. In the US, it's even bigger. It's even bigger because the message is consistent. Our generation will always be suspicious of the evangelicals because we see the amassing of wealth.
That I get it now.
We are very suspicious. When I see a pastor stepping out of a $12 million Land Cruiser, Prado, or a Range Rover. And I'm thinking, hey, his congregation, they're guys who don't own a car. They're giving 10% through tithe. How can he explain this car? How? However, if you rewind the clock to us Catholics, then you must ask yourself, why is it necessary for the Catholic Church to own the amount of land it owns in Kenya? This whole Westlands, Wapi, the Catholics, for what? For what? Tens of thousands, hundreds of acres, tens of 20, 10, 30 acres in the urban, where an acre maybe is going for 10 million.
Yeah.
For what? So I suppose it's all about generations. When we were growing up, the Catholic Church had structured itself well, so we followed it. Even though it was a colonizing church.
Their acquisitions was through title deeds.
So now the evangelicals are in our face. Yeah, the acquisitions are in our face.
No, but why I'm asking this is this religion thing, especially to do with the Muslims.
Yes.
I ask it from two fronts.
Yes.
One, the upcoming elections.
Yes.
And the amount of Somalis that have entered into Kenya.
Yes.
And are now either naturalized Kenyans or they've crossed the border. We even saw the ID things happening.
Yes.
The issuing of IDs.
Yes.
But also number two, when you look at government,
Yes.
the amount of, and I have no problem with religion, I'm just calling what it is.
Yes, yes.
The amount of Muslims within government and what they come with.
Yes. So, at independence, that part of our country that was heavily populated by Muslims was an area that didn't receive a lot of development. That's not to say that Islam had not gone to Luhya land and where.
True that.
It had. But the regions that you would consider that predominantly were populated by Muslims didn't get their fair share of development.
They're children without the shoes.
The children without the shoes.
So I thought it's normal for them to not have shoes.
Exactly. And these children are sharing an exercise book while you have 2 or 3 in your bag. So fast forward, Moi does what he does, and now Ruto is doing what he's doing. So because of the way we are socialized, we look at Somalis as outsiders. A lot of Kenyans cannot even tell the difference between a Borana and a Garba and who. They just know in Somali.
Yeah.
Because of the nywele and the complexion.
Well, actually in Isiolo, and it was interesting to see.
Yes. And
Isiolo is not even in North Africa.
Isiolo is a center of Kenya.
It's a center.
It's a center. You've not even gotten to Hola and where have you? And Moyale. So, and then this is a thing. And this is a thing that I think as Kenyans we need to step up, sit up and observe. I got involved in a project in Marsabit in 2008, 2009. Because in my years as a contractor, I got exposed to the building of studios. So I was behind part of the construction, actually bulk of the construction work that was done for the Nation Radio TV studios in 1999.
Oh, wow.
I understand acoustics and really how to put up a studio, which is an intricate piece of construction. Because when you're doing a live on-air studio, you've got to isolate sound.
Soundproof, yeah.
Precisely. And you've got to deal with the sound in several facets. There's reverberating sound, there's structural sound, the sound that comes through the window and the sound that comes through the structure. And you learn how to isolate them when you do a live on-air studio.
Oh, wow.
And when you know it's a good skill to have, because then you enter a small group of contractors who understand how to do that. So I did Nation Radio TV Studios. Then I did Radio Africa, what is known as KISS. I was involved in some sound leaking challenges that Kameme faced. That also some doors challenges Capital had with their doors. So fast forward, I'm approached by somebody who knows that I occupy that space to help with studios. They're called, I think, Jangwa Studios in Marsabit.
Side note, is this how you're financing your campaign?
No, now in 2008, I'm not in politics.
Okay, this 2008.
So I end up in Marsabit. And And I interact with, obviously, my client is a Catholic church. And I get to know a little bit about the community when I'm there, because I spend a few months back and forth. But I'm not a contractor, I'm a consultant. Because of the geographical location of the site, I told the client it would make more sense to identify a local client who I would guide. As opposed to my moving people from Nairobi, it would cost the client more. And if he sat later and looked at his numbers, he would realize that, I wasn't making sense for him. And because the construction that was ongoing had what we call wet works, brick and mortar works being done by another contractor on the side, an Asian contractor based in Isiolo, I told him it's not rocket science. I'll work with that guy and I'll show him what to do for the studios. And I'll show him where to get the materials in Nairobi, because I know the people who supply the acoustic material we use for the lining of the walls and the rubber we use for isolating the floors and how to do a soundproof door, those details. And so I got involved. So the point I'm making is this. So I'm down there and I realize how powerful the Catholic Church was out there. And that your ordinary guy in Marsabit is Catholic.
What?
Ekuri Atani, the former Minister for Finance, is Christian. He's not Muslim. I have a friend from that region called Chris Hooker, very good friend of mine. They're Christians. But if he walks in the room, you'll call him Somali. You see?
I get it.
So this is a thing that happened in this country where we assumed those guys were not one of us. And because, for whatever reason, during the Kenyatta presidency, we had issues with the shifter menace out there. And those in security must have felt the way to deal with this is to lock them out. So there wasn't a lot of development going in there. And the security working out there, it was almost like a military zone. The approach to them was militarized. So obviously we had a lot of people who didn't have ID cards, birth certificates. And because they are cousins with the guys across the border, they would go back and forth and back and forth. So fast forward now, we are doing documents. We had already put a clause for special vetting for them to get citizen paperwork, which was unconstitutional because they are Kenyans.
I get what you're saying.
And because we, as Kenyans, we're not looking at it deeply, it is a reality. Those guys are Kenyans. They've suffered from lack of development for years. And because of that, they've had to relate more with their cousins across the border. And those guys relate with the cousins. It's back and forth. If you just need to look at the Maasai, Kenya, Tanzania. They go back and forth.
Yep.
You can't know which one is Tanzanian and which one is Kenyan. But these guys are an industrious lot. And because of Islam, they are fantastic at fundraising.
Complete.
And they must be a threat to some people. And so maybe the easier thing to do was to lock them out. So now we have a scenario where we have a leader who's in office. And in his journey to office, some of the leaders from that region have connected with him. And because they are good at fundraising, they've become an integral part of his government. And all of a sudden, we are uncomfortable with the number of those brothers who are in office. Yet, if you just rewind the clock to what I was telling you about the 70s, where the commissioner is from one tribe, police.
Wow, until
GSU
it became norm. It became expected. I love the analogy you've given about the 12 wives
Yes.
and the 42 sons.
Yes.
That's the perfect analogy because
Yes.
you, as one of the sons, stops thinking that that's your brother, and yet your brother is just asking for shoes and clothes like you. They're not even asking for everything. And when he's called to sit on the table with you, now there's a problem because...
Yeah. Your brother is at the dining table with you, but he doesn't have shoes. You have shoes and socks. So you're looking at him like he's a neighbor's child. What's this guy doing here? This guy is your brother. So now where we are, in 2026, we are all up in arms. And I hear it even in my own home. You know these Somalis. I say, wait a minute. These guys are Kenyans. have been Kenyans from independence. When Somalia wanted to annex that part of the country to go to Somalia, we fought to keep them as Kenyans. So why were we keeping them as Kenyans if we don't recognize them as Kenyans? We do special vetting. By the way, we had war. We were going to war. There was a Shifta war.
Wow.
Those guys wanted
because they wanted the border.
They were saying these guys should us. Sini cousins wetu.
They are not Kenyans.
They go to Somalia.
And we went to fight to say
but
no, they are Kenyans.
who were fighting were saying that's our border.
Oh, when it was convenient.
So, and why was it our border? Those who are in the know will tell you, I don't know if this is fiction or truth, but there's mineral wealth on the ocean, gas deposits, probably the top largest in the world. And there must be somebody sitting in 10 Downing Street or somebody who in the 60s could map mineral wealth and know this needs to remain in Kenya. And remember, Somalia was a sympathizer of the Italians, colonized by the Italians. So it's got more to do than just Kenya. It's got more to do with international interests.
I get it.
Our colonizer drawing a roadmap for us. This is where the border is because of that, because it's
easier to do business with Kenya.
And it's geopolitics. Those Italians are in competition. So just like the competition of Oginga Odinga and his Russian buddies.
Yes.
And Jomo Kenyatta, who is warm to the British, who have a problem with the Russians. And so as he's suppressing Oginga Odinga, it's comfortable for his masters because this guy is flirting with the enemy. But Oginga Odinga is a child of one of the 12 wives.
Yes. This is, what happens also in Kenya. We're very good at broken telephone.
Completely.
So when somebody starts saying one narrative, and what's happened with the Kenyans who are of, I don't even want to say Somali origin, who they look, that look.
Just the look.
Yes, just the look.
Yeah.
What's happened? There's two very important things. One, unlike the Kikuyus, they're still popping babies like crazy. So they're now everywhere. But two, they have money.
Yes.
So now they're beginning to buy out. The whole of South Sea has gone. The whole of town has gone. And now, especially the money part.
And now,
when we wake up.
And now let's rewind the clock to understand what you just said, the money part. Where is the money part coming from? Somalia under Said Barre.
Yes.
Explodes. They run into Kenya. When they run into Kenya, they obviously are not as welcome because of who we are from 64, 74, our issues with them in the neighborhood. So.
Wait, let's change this battery.
Yes.
We're coming back.
Okay.
That battery needs to change. We've been talking.
Okay.
This rabbit hole is so good.
So it just goes to show you how powerful our social media platforms have been. And that is why I'm very excited to sit here on this platform to say what I feel needs to be said. I stand corrected where I'm wrong, but a lot of what I'm saying should tweak the mind and let us interrogate some of the things we are hearing, some of the things we've been fed, so that we know who we are as a country and where we are going.
Mr. Ndolo,
yes,
you have touched on a place that I didn't think we were going to go.
Yes.
Remember, I want to keep the viewer, to let them know that we are chronologically going.
Yes.
We know where we are. This is a rabbit, but then as we go on this journey, there are many rabbit holes we enter.
Yes.
It's not a scripted show, we just conversations.
Yes.
It's not an interview, it's a conversation we're having.
Yes.
So where we are is this Ruto and Church during the constitution time.
Yes, yes and no.
Yes.
Yes.
And then I began to wonder, oh, wow, what was then the role of church? And then we've gone into, okay, I hear church, but what about now our Muslim brothers and sisters?
Exactly.
And then I even now talked about what everybody is talking about in their house.
Yes.
But I say again, I come here as a dummy.
Yes.
So I like being educated.
Yes.
So then we talked about, because the rumor, let me tell you what the rumor is. I will say it.
Yes.
The rumor is that Ruto has opened up the borders
Yes.
so that Somalis can come in, so that
Yes.
he can get IDs,
Yes.
so that he can win the vote.
Yes.
So Isli
Yes.
is 90% Somalis.
Yes.
That's what people think.
Yes.
Now you have just, and that's what the conversations people are having on the side.
Yes. So, two things. Number one, as we go deep into it, everybody is assuming that these Somalis will vote for Ruto. Who told them? Who told them that Kalonzo or Sifuna won't go there and get some sympathy vote? Why are we imagining these Somalis are so stupid that they will just be trooping behind somebody, for example? And then let's rewind the clock. We had battles over the border between Kenya and Somalia back in Jomo Kenyatta's time. And Kenya fought for its border and said, this is our border, don't you dare cross. And when we fought for that border, there were people living there we were saying are Kenyans. Then after we have tumeweka wire na tumeweka fence, or like the way you would put a fence in your boma, then we leave them. Yeah, we leave them. And like we've said, the father of the nation has how many wives?
42.
No. How many
No,
wives?
12 wives. 12 wives.
12 wives.
Which came from the 12 provinces.
With 42 children. That part of Somalia is the northeastern province. That is one of the Baba wa Taifa's wife.
And just because you have forgotten the children,
So
is still a child.
You are not visiting your wife. She's still your wife. You've not divorced her because it's Kenya.
Yes.
So northeastern province ni bibi yako, wewe ni baba taifa, na akiwa mke wako ako na watoto, wewe unakaa, you're tired, you're a little old, safari ya kwenda kuona mke wako ni mbali. So wewe unakaa na wale wake, the other 10 or 9 or 8 wives hapa karibu. You've abandoned that wife. And then when you die, the new man who inherits your wife anakuja anasema, ai, ule sio bibi wangu. Surely you fought for her, you paid dowry for her, she is your wife. So northeastern province is part of Kenya. Those are Kenyans. And we did a constitutional disservice to them to start coming up with a serious vetting for them to become citizens of Kenya.
Wow.
What are we saying? Oh, we were vetting because of Al-Shabaab or who? No. If you had developed that part of the country the same as other parts, they would not allow their cousins from across the border to come and spoil the party. Those would be our first line of security. They would be the ones saying, Abana, there's a guy we saw here in the village. Because, and I'll take you back a little bit, I'll digress. In the home area of Makueni, where I come from, one of the institutions that was known to safeguard its assets the most was the Kenya Railway. If you stole anything from the railway, they would pursue it to every corner of the district. So that ili iwe funzo, don't try again. Even if it's a drum, they would spend thousands to recover that drum. How would
And make an example of you.
How would they do it? Provincial administration. They would go to the assistant chief, to what we call the headman. They would identify. Mutua was seen here with a drum, na iko na hiyo manini ya railway, na iko kwa boma yake. And you would identify him. So through the provincial administration, you could map the security.
That's why chiefs are so powerful.
Exactly. So if you go to northeastern province, previous governments would have been able to use those networks to contain the security in that area. It didn't require the very tough, stringent rules they gave for you to become a citizen. And yet they fought to contain that border. If we felt we could not contain those people, we could have relinquished that region to Somalia. Since we are calling them Somalis, wacha wakae na ndugu zao in the country known as Somalia. Simple. But you've said these are our guys. And then we do not interrogate. Like I said, guys here don't know there's a Garba, there's a what, there's a Rendile. They don't know. in the city. You have to go that way to deal with the Merus who are nearer them and the other communities who now know. The bulk of us who are saying in our homes, that beautiful wife of mine, Petty, when we talk about Somalis, she says, no, Somalis. I tell her, my dear, it's not a blanket condemnation. And they're not just Somalis. So, but there are too many of them. I tell her, my dear, these guys have every right, like everyone else, to grow their businesses, to take care of their families in Nairobi. And she's not speaking from an island. It's the general feeling.
It is.
And now people say, oh, hey, there are too many Somalis in government. Hey, there are too many. If we go back to the 70s and the 60s,
it's true.
Government was littered with the Kikuyu. Yeah. You turn left, security, Kikuyu, income tax, Kikuyu, any guy whose boss is Kikuyu, you know? Even in this government, the cabinet slots, the majority are from my cousins. They're the ones who occupy most slots. Then our Nylon brothers, my Nylon brothers. So what am I saying? Are we saying there is something illegal these Somalis, we like to refer to Somalis, are doing? Is there something illegal they are doing? Are they selling cocaine in Italy? Are they stealing cars and exporting them to Congo and where? Are they dealing in, God forbid, human parts? No, we are saying there are too many. They're building everywhere. They're buying everything.
Yes.
Because of Islam, they're very good at fundraising.
Yep.
And their fundraising ability goes beyond borders.
And not only that, they have Ubuntu, while we have individual amas. So we have billionaires. They, even the nephew, the cousin, the third generation will get something.
Yes.
It's not one person. While you don't even know where your cousin in Shags is doing.
I was telling you about Bruce Odhiambo and the way he invite you for lunch when he wants to talk. I'm guessing he picked it up from the Muslims. I've had a few Muslim good friends. There was a guy we called Ramadhani Ali Juma who passed on during COVID. Rama, he would tell you, come for lunch on Friday. Come to my house in Lavington. You go there, you think it's a party. The compound is full of vehicles. He's just offering lunch after prayers in the mosque. And I had many Muslim friends. I tried business with the Joho family in Mombasa before Hassan Joho was ever in politics, when Karisa Maitha was a member of parliament for Kisauni. And I would visit Mombasa because we were trying some business in the county, then it was a municipal council of Mombasa with Hassan and his brother Abu. And they were running Prima Bins, a big garbage collection, a business that was doing all the garbage from the port and all that. And if I happened to be in Mombasa, at the end of the week, I would end up in their home in Nyali for lunch after prayers. And the place would be full of businessmen. And it's a thing the Muslims do. Ubuntu. They have that thing. And love or hate what the Muslims do, it is very powerful on family.
Complete.
Now, then there's another aspect. So I have 4 kids from 2 marriages. I have 3 from the late Susan and 1 from my lovely wife, Betty. Okay? In my community, particularly 1 or 2 men who would be my father, would say, hey, Andrew, stop there. Hey, how are you going to feed them?
Bigger bricks.
One man who has since passed, who was like my uncle, actually asked me, hey, you have a 4th one now. Fika hapo.
For real.
But the Muslims, my friend, who is very political, is going to laugh that I'm talking about him this way. We call him MJ, Mohamed Juma. Good friend of mine. He's got interest in Kisauni. I've known him for years. He's, I think, 2-3 years younger than me. We met recently in Nairobi and he told me, oh, I have a second wife. And this is a guy we were clubbing together, socially together. I know his wife, very senior at the Emirates, a friend, a family. I know his 2 or 3 of his kids. I visited him when he lived in Nairobi. He's now relocated, has been in the coast for a while. So he says he's got a second wife. And for me, I'm thinking, oh, okay. But for him, culturally, it's what they do.
It's like the Maasai.
Yes.
And the Boma and the Manyata.
Exactly. So this is what he's doing. So you tell me, we're complaining about the population of Somalis in South Sea and where? Just rewind that clock 15, 20 years. If a guy of my age, I'm 61, going 62, when he was 40, married a second wife, had another 3 children, he is 7 to 8 children, I am 4. How are you going to compete with that guy? And he has the added ability as a Muslim to fundraise through the Muslim networks.
Yep.
I have a friend in Australia who I met 2-3 years ago. A Muslim guy was introduced to him. They're interested in property investments in Nairobi. He's called Hashi. He's based in Australia. They told me, look, we've got 20 guys behind us in Australia. They pray together. They've put money in a basket. So they're looking to invest in property. So 2 of them, Hashi and another gentleman whose name I forget, have the mandate from the other 20 or so to invest 70, 100, 150 million on behalf of the community in Nairobi. Just find something. And there's trust.
Yes.
The other thing Islam brings to the table, me and my brother will be fighting over 10 million. Serious war. Yani, we're in court, succession, war, everything. Those guys, 20 guys.
Given in cash, bring it from Shags.
Basket. And how did I get exposed to what Muslims do? 2005, I'm in Juba doing business. And money transfer. You need cash on the ground. And Dahab Shil had set up. So you go to the branch there, you pick money. Your wife goes to Dahab Shil here, puts money.
The M-Pesa of then.
The M-Pesa of then. And it's hard cash.
Yes.
So now we come back to what we were saying. This thing that we have as Kenyans, we say those Somalis as well. Let's be completely fair here. That wife of Baba wa Taifa from Northeastern Province has got more children than the wife from Central.
Yes.
Who has been educated, a little bit exposed to the British, birth control has set in, amezaa watoto 4, amezaa watoto 3. But the one from Northeastern, because of the culture, that my wife, bibi mke wa baba wa taifa, she's got 7 kids.
Yep.
And her kids have got 7 kids. So what do you think generation 3 will look like? By the time you're 3rd generation, those guys are 300.
And that's all we're seeing.
And that is what we're seeing. So can we wake up and smell the coffee? They are more because of the way they are structured, because of who they are culturally, and to come back to the ID registration issue that we're talking about. This government is not to blame in itself only. Yes. If it's a question of people buying citizenships, it's happened even when Kibaki was president. Because that's when, after 92 eruption of Said Barre, those guys were coming in here, whether we like it or not. At one point, in the wisdom of the guys in government, they came up with something they called an alien ID.
Is it this the Dadaab thing?
Yes. Okay. We actually gave those who were here as refugees IDs. And initially they were locked in the refugee camps. And then, of course, they would get out. And they ended up in Isili, as you would imagine, because their kin are there. And so then that ended up into the South Sea move.
Because now, fast forward later, the ones who came to South Sea have had children. Those children are Kenyans.
In 92, I was running a real estate company.
Hey, bro, you've doubled.
My first business in Nairobi.
Yes, let's put a point there.
Yes.
You have done things.
Yes. My first real estate business in Nairobi. Yeah. I was stepping out of the family business, and my younger brother was taking over from me, my late younger brother. So I set up a company in Nairobi with my friends, your uncle, David Mambo, my friend Jama Wambogo, Pete Moriah, and myself. So the 4 of us set up a company called Peak Realtors.
This joint here, is that where your first building?
It was, we were actually in Uni Africa House.
But
on
what
Koinange
was the
Street.
first one that you went to do?
No, this is later years. When you're talking about Galana, which is Castle Rock.
Yeah.
No, that is much later. Castle Rock is a development of the about 10, 15 years from now. I'm talking to 1992.
Hey? Okay.
As we are entering multiparty.
Okay, that is
Yeah? So we're in Uni-Afric House. And why I'm telling you this story is to tell you about the influx of the Somali into Nairobi from the refugee camps and all and all. And I'm renting out houses. I wasn't able to move property because we were headed into the first multi-party election. So the real estate market had been dented by that move. People were not buying real estate per se. Some were, but it was a slow economy for whatever reason. So I'm doing rentals, and I've got quite a few rentals in Ngumo, Kenyatta Market, that whole area. I'd found a way to work with the security guards. You know, people had started putting estates into courts, gated communities. People are creating gated communities within the estate.
Oh.
Yes, you'd find this court would decide for security, we're going to put a gate and a barrier and guards.
So that
and
wasn't
a book.
there before?
It wasn't there before.
The whole of Ngumo was one estate?
It was one estate, just like Buruburu was one estate from end to end, and the houses were all similar.
It was like Nyayo Estate?
Every single house looked the same. You could get lost. If you drove in the evening, you could get lost which gate, which turn you'll take, right or left. And people didn't build extensions. You couldn't get approvals. The shops that existed in the estate were part of the development. The developer had done a shop in every court, and the owner of that house had the shop, and therefore we didn't have kiosks in the 90s and 80s. If you went to Buruburu in the 80s, it was the same as any estate in the UK.
Side ask.
Yes.
The one in Ngumo.
Yes.
Was Matiba involved?
I can't quite remember, but I think he might have been, but I can't remember. So I found out, because I'm a talkative guy and I engage people. So I'm driving around, I'm looking for work. So I find this gated community concept has started. Guys are putting gates. So I talk to the guards. Remember, there's no mobile phones.
Yeah.
So I tell them, mimi nafanya biashara ina hii, I give them a business card, my landline, and I tell them, I'm looking for, they say, kuna nyumba hapa mtu ametoka. So I go there, and I find fundis painting. And I tell the fundis, natafuta mwenye nyumba. And they tell me atakuja kesho saa 8. So saa 8 I come and I meet the landowner. Sheer coincidence, he happens to be a retired captain, so my second name resonates. So he tells me, fine, I'll give you a contract. I'll pay you 5% if you bring me a tenant, whatever you bring. So we negotiate. So, classified nation, house for rent. And my landline, Uni-Afric House. And the tenant calls me, Somali guy. And he comes to my office. And he says, I'll take the house. And we want to negotiate. I think we're asking for 9,000 a month or something, or 7,000. He says, it drops us down to something like 5,000, 2,000. But he says, I'll pay you a year. So that's just increased my commission. Because the money I'm bringing on the table is more.
Yeah.
So I call my landlord on landline. I leave a message. He's not at the house. When he comes, can he call me? He calls me the next morning. I didn't have a landline in my house. So we meet, we sign a lease with the guys, and they take the house. And I'm carrying on doing the work. And because I am renting out these houses, I'm also renovating them. And that is how I ended up as a contractor. Because I appeared to be good at this part of supervising the fundis and getting the houses painted, sanding the floors and what have you. So I renovate the house. So now, a year later, landlord calls me. Because we also signed a management contract. I was in charge of managing the house, making sure they pay rent. But they've paid a year in advance. So I've got no work. So he calls me and he's livid. He told me he's not been to his house for about 11 months. He went there, and the house is a mess. These guys are cooking with charcoal in the bathtub. He's furious. He's furious. And the kitchen is a mess. So we go. I leave a message with the guards to tell the landlord, And a particular day in the morning, we'll be there at 8. He waits for us. Myself, landlord, tenant meet. And the Somali guy is wondering, what's the fuss? And the guy says he wants his house back. The guy says, can we negotiate? No. He says, okay. He says, but the house is a mess. He says, okay. In the lease, we had a deposit we hold back, which is supposed to come into repairs and I think it was 2 months deposit. So they says, even the deposit will not cover the repairs. The Somali guy is very relaxed. He says, the tenant, he says, sawa mzee, hamna shida, tukutane na tuangalie fundi vile anasema. So I had a network of fundis, but I would also go at Moi Avenue. Fundis used to operate at Moi Avenue, next to Koja Mosque. Yeah. They would sit there. You want a painter? You ask for a painter, you're given a painter. You want a carpenter? A couple. And I knew 1 or 2 Luya guys were very good painters, and I knew a Kamba guy was good he was very good in carpentry. Yeah. Carpentry. So I go to Koja. Remember, I'm in Uni-Africa House, so I walk across. So I know my guys, hey, Ndolo, I tell them, sasa mimi natafuta fundi nini. So I pick one. We go to the house, we assess the house, come up with a quotation, and we repair the house. And the guy's tenant, he said, how much is it? Comes to maybe some, I don't know, 20K or something, a lot of money then. The guy pays cash. He says, no check nini. Tell me the cost. He comes once, twice when we're repairing. He pays cash. No conflict. We change, we clean the bathtub. I had then discovered somebody who introduced me to some acid you use on terrazzo, which you can use on the bathtub. Yeah. Bathtub cleans out well. Then I had a good plumber. We check the taps, the toilet, nini. We paint the house as per the lease. The gates, nini. I think 2 weeks work, we're done. Landlord said, oh, okay. But what did I learn from that? I asked the guards at the entrance to the court, what's going on in this house? Before we now negotiate to repair, I asked them, how can that house be like that? So one of the guards was Kamba. So he smiles, and he knew I was Kamba. So he tells me in Kikamba, let's stand there, I tell you what's going on. Because it appears this tenant was good with the guards. Yeah. So maybe these guards would know we've been told what's going on and we're not supposed to know. This guy was accommodating his kin. Because they had come from the refugee camps to Isili, they had nowhere to sleep. So 15, 18 odd people would be in that house every day. And they would do it in shifts. So there are those who sleep during the day and the others are in Isili. Isili was a 24-hour economy because of that. What? So there are guys in Isili, 15 odd guys, and there are guys in the house. And in the morning, switch. These guys go, these ones come. So that's why the house was under strain. The toilets was under strain. It had become a multi-dwelling. It had become a multi-dwelling. But what I learned was that these guys were so strong in community. They took care of each other. And the numbers kept growing. Now, some of them obviously got paperwork and they were not Kenyans. They manipulated the system. So be it, they have Kenyan paperwork. Too late for it to say anything. It's like the same way we carved out forests for people and they got land. We took playing fields, they got land. Clinics in Eastlands were taken by developers. Police station land was taken. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Just now, it's humans getting papers. But that's who we are as a country. It's a little late now for us to point a finger because they're in government. It's too late. That horse bolted in the 90s. And we have to take responsibility for the things our leaders did, the things our fathers did. Baba wa Taifa, what he did, we have no option. We have to take responsibility.
This is the most incredible part of this story. I didn't understand, I didn't think history would, I knew history is pivotal to current affairs and to where we're headed towards the future.
Yes.
But this is not a Ruto issue.
And that,
or Genesis.
And that is why I loved when we started this, my intention was not to campaign for Ruto, but to open my children's eyes to where Kenya has come from and why we are where we are. So that as they make the decisions to where we are going, they make it from a point of knowledge, not emotion and propaganda. I mean, I've seen people putting an image of His Excellency, the President, in a coffin. on social media. And I imagine when I was 19, 20, 21, 22, if my father or my mother found out I had done that, they would have my hide. Because dislike you as much as I do, there is some of this stuff that is extreme. There's some of this stuff that is bad manners. And it's not going to end with William Samoei Ruto. They will do it to other people. We will become that society. You do not get to a society of chaos and disorder overnight. You see? And as parents, myself included, we have a responsibility. What nation are we building?
Or what nation have we
allowed?
Through our actions and our lack of actions.
And what are we doing about it? And it's very convenient to collapse into our tribal cocoons and to political backgrounds and ignore the obvious fact that the decency has gone out of the window. The obvious fact that everything has become commercial, everything is about money, and we don't take responsibility. We point the finger at the government. We say, oh, that government, but we are bribing left, right, and center. That's who we are. Myself included. I'm not sitting here holier than thou. That is who we've become. That's why in a previous episode, I said, our hope is in institutions. We have got to build our institutions. And that's why I went down the rabbit hole of how we arrive at the selection of our leaders and how we should involve IEBC in the vetting of who ends up in the primaries for our parties, and let's pay for it as taxpayers.
You know, I like telling young people this, guys who I mentor, employees, different ones. I say, the fruit is not the problem. And you can pluck out all those fruits.
Yes.
And you think everything is okay, but you've not dealt with the root problem.
Yes.
You are starting us from the root. That's what I feel in this. And when you start us from the root, you allow us to even fix the issues internally within ourselves so that those fruits won't even come.
Exactly. In the first world, they have laws where they will seize assets from drug kingpins. They take the money, it belongs to the state, they take your cars, they take your home. Here, in legal arguments, particularly on matters related to corruption, there's a term they like to use, which is the fruit from the poisonous tree. So if you are arrested on a matter of corruption and they have frozen your accounts, you cannot use those funds to bail yourself out. You see, because we are dealing with you on corruption, we have found an account with 300 million, you need $1 million bond, you're not going to access the 300 million.
That happens here?
Yes, it happens.
In Kenya?
Yes, it does. It's not given airtime, but it happens. If they're able to clamp down on your accounts, you cannot use that money to bail yourself out. And you can't even use it for your bail and your fine. And because of that, we are on the right journey. But it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. So back to this anger, violence, bile that is developing as a country. We all have a responsibility. We have to stop pointing fingers at the leadership. We put these guys in office. In a previous episode, I talked about taking responsibilities for the leaders from the bottom up. Who is your MCA? Why did you vote for him? Do you even know anything about him? If you don't, when you turn around and say the county government of Nairobi is giving approvals with skyscrapers, I have no sunlight in my window, did you even have an interest in who was MCA?
Do you even know the role of an MCA?
Because that guy is supposed to fight for you in the county assembly because he's your representative. So if you have an interest in who he is, then maybe those approvals will not be an issue.
Wow.
So when you are suing the county government after the fact, which is not a bad thing, you are coming in after the problem has developed.
You are on the fruits. You are plucking fruits.
Yes, from a poisonous tree. It's a big problem. And the solution is not a switch. It's not a switch on-off. It's not. And even now...
Because the problem wasn't a switch.
It wasn't.
It was generation. I mean, we started this
It's
with
gradual.
Jomo Kenyatta.
It's gradual. And I'll explain. There's a story that is told, however accurate it might or might not be. There is a house at the back of State House, which is now Uhuru's home. A story is told that that house belonged to the Aga Khan when Jomo became president. And a swap was done. Part of Uhuru Park was carved out to come up with Serena Hotel.
Oh, wow.
So the Aga Khan was gifted that so that he can relinquish this. Because it's touching State House.
I've never realized that Serena is on Uhuru Park. It's the only building on that other side of the road, and the one for near the church, where kids could go and learn how to ride. Oh, wow.
The safety park.
Yes.
So, I like to go back to history because of the architecture. I go there because if we are criticizing Weston, because it was carved out of the Kenya Airports Authority, we must recognize that the Serena was carved out of Uhuru Park. None of the two acts are good. But that's who we are.
Somebody told me the other day, I said, we're in Upper Hill. In fact, the day I met you and in this show was created.
Yes.
Thank God for that hotel that we met. But when we're having a conversation there, I was saying how we're talking about real estate and how Upper Hill is like just highest real estate in terms of pricing on Africa.
Yes.
And then I was like, hey, but Ruto, the other day I had in a speech he gave, I think it was Red Cross, a piece of land in Upper Hill. I was like, man, that's an expensive thing. And somebody tells me, yes, but that thing used to be 5 acres. And every president who has come, 1 acre seems to have disappeared. So right now there is Moi's building next to Kenyatta's building, and that building probably being one of the banks next to now this. So that 5 acres, even though 1 acre has been given, what happened to the rest of the 4?
Let me even take you deeper. Upper Hill belonged to the Kenya Railway.
Oh.
The largest landowner in Kenya was the railway. Why? In terms of commercial land. Not because of anything else, but because when the railway line was built, water had to be acquired because there were steam engines. So the way you stop for petrol on Mombasa Road, the train had to stop for water. So, because of that, settlements formed around the railway line.
Hence Nairobi.
So if you come from Mombasa, Mazeras, Sultan, Emali, all those centers surrounded the railway stations because there was water all the way to Nairobi.
So the railway line determined the settlements, determined the towns, determined the cities.
That's why we are cornered in a small part of Kenya and we're not in Isiolo, because there's no railway line in Isiolo. And there was no need for water in Isiolo because there's no steam engine going there. Thanks to the British. So, in Upper Hill, the land belonged to the railway. And then allocations were done from railway to individuals who then sold to commercial entities and made money, depending on the favor you had in the government of the day. The British High Commission sits on former railway land. So in terms of ethics and them talking down to us about corruption, they should never have bought that land.
That's hilarious.
Just drive and look at where the British High Commission sits. It's on Kenya Railway former land. Next to them, Citibank is sitting on the same land.
Oh, man.
So and that's why they say the person who writes history then twists it to suit the agenda.
Yeah.
So I'm doing this because I want Gen Z to understand the architecture of Kenya, where we've come from, the things we've done. I'm not saying Ruto has not done a mess. He's got his own problems. But when you're judge him in that prism. When you see, this thing was rotten from 64. And even before 64, the British were already rotten. with their white mischief.
Yes.
Yeah, they're already rotten.
Yes.
Yeah, but it suited them to talk down to us. How did the Dalamere own the land they owned? Lord Dalamere. A whole country.
Yes, he owned the whole country.
And how did his ranch develop the neighboring? Because that's the golden thing. When you are known of that large a tract of land, your neighbors will feel you. You will do schools, you will do what? I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe he did some stuff I've not caught wind of. But this is the point. So when you talk about corruption, acquisition of land, and you talk about this anger we are seeing now, which is the propaganda machine in Kenya has become very powerful. You remember what they said about KOT about a few years back, that worldwide people fear us. Because if we take you on, you're in trouble. I think we took on CNN, they had to apologize publicly.
Yes.
There was a banter about one of these continental cups, and somebody from South Africa said something about Kenya, and I remember reading it. It was hilarious. They said something about Kenya, derogatory about Kenya, and Kenyan said, "You guys should keep quiet." You could even be creative and come up with a name. You call yourself the South of Africa. It's a geographical location. You actually couldn't say the land of Limpopo. You said South Africa. Surely, come up with a name.
You're not the ones to take on right now.
So it just goes to show you how powerful our social media platforms have been. And that is why I'm very excited to sit here on this platform to say what I feel needs to be said. I stand corrected where I'm wrong, but that a lot of what I'm saying should tweak the mind and let us interrogate some of the things we are hearing, some of the things we've been fed, so that we know who we are as a country and where we are going. Two things are very clear. There's an anger that has developed over time. It started on tribal lines. It has transitioned to that. Now it is going to a place that I'm worried. It's economic, which means it's going to be a class war. Now, if we go the class route, we're in trouble. Because what it'll mean is there will be a certain segment of our population that will feel they are in their right to take from those who have more than them.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it is my right. Mumenikalia, mumenifinya, so I'll take. It's not theft anymore. You see. And we've seen little people testing the boundaries. Guys are now going into hair salons, I think you've seen.
Yes.
With firearms. You saw guys going to a restaurant with firearms.
In traffic.
You saw something at Waiakio in the traffic. Yes, it's crime, but I'm just wondering, when it's that blatant, is it purely just crime? Or is there a feeling that, what the hell? These guys who have more than us, we are going to take.
It's Gotham City.
Exactly. So, and it's very difficult to pull back because the ruling class are getting richer and richer and richer, and the public are watching. So they're thinking, so today, if you touch a border, and you have a black Land Cruiser or a black Mercedes, you look like you're driving a big car. Those guys are ruthless because you are those people. And in our journey in 2023, when we talked about dynasties and hustler, it was a little reckless. I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
Yep.
It was a bit reckless. It served the purpose of getting William Samoei Ruto voted in, but I think it was a little reckless because it must have opened a door that we will have a problem closing.
And I want us to get there.
Yes.
But let's go back to this Ruto guy. Let's get out of the rabbit hole that we've come in and continue this journey.
Yes.
But I want to say this, and this is my takeaway from this whole conversation about this group of Kenyans that we have, that we even dare to call Somalis.
Yes.
If you blindfolded me, earlier this year, myself and Aizo, who's behind the camera, we went to Samburu.
Yes.
Sarova Shaba.
Yes.
I'd never been to Isiolo, but if you blindfolded me and drove me to Isiolo, and I was a driver, and removed the blindfold and I was in Isiolo, I would say I'm in Somalia. I even had to look in the map where Shaba was.
Because you thought you had power.
I was sure I was in I was in Mandera.
Yes.
I was sure I was in upper northeastern.
Yes.
I was in total shock that how much of the center of Kenya I was in. I say that because you have rightfully checked me in understanding that my brother is just coming to take a seat at the table. And because he's been gone for 20, 30 years and you were born without him there, doesn't mean he's not a brother. Biblically, I think of Joseph and the other 11 brothers. So that's, this conversation for me has shifted my understanding and given me the right posture.
Exactly.
And I will never have that conversation again from the Somali acquisitioning of property. Are there some Somalis who've come in? Granted.
Of course.
But let's call a spade a spade. The majority are not. They are Kenyan Somalians, as we like to call them.
And even, let's go deeper. Let's say 30%. Let's even be adventurous. 50% of the guys we are seeing in Isiolo, South Sea, and who are actually migrants who've gotten paperwork. Okay? It didn't happen overnight. Several governments are responsible for that action. So let's put that blame across the board. Okay? 3, what have they done after they entered that has infringed on your rights or my rights as a Kenyan? Is acquiring property infringing on your rights?
Or is it my jealousy?
Or are you jealous?
I'm broke.
Yes. You see? If these guys have come together, 50 of them, and they've bought 3 acres in South Sea and they've put up houses, and I've seen those houses, they look like you're in Dubai. If you've traveled to Dubai, some of the quality of housing and everything. So what crime have they committed? If they've committed a crime on approvals, blame the office that has approved those developments.
Because it also approves yours.
Because they're the same guys who are approving your development. And if you go to some areas like off Mokoyeti Road in Karen, where your uncle has a house, the same county government has failed that settlement. They've allowed a semi-slum to come up. People are licensed to do workshops and there's no toilets. It's ridiculous. So the problem is deeper than the Somali. If it's about the skyscrapers and then the problem is deeper than, put the blame where it is. The county government has failed in approvals across the board, whether it's allowing slums to sprout or skyscrapers to come up. It's not a Somali problem. Remove that blame from them. If it's about how they've gotten papers and become citizens of Kenya, it goes beyond 1 or 2 governments. So remove that blame from the UDA government, place it where it belongs. It's convenient to say UDA, but it's not. So let's go now where a lot of people have gone. These guys have entered government. There are many. Okay, let's rewind the clock. In the 60s, it was one community cherry picking all the good jobs. Central bank governor, Minister of Defense, Minister of Finance. It was one community cherry picking those seats.
It's just not your community now.
It's just not your community.
Or your religion. Let's also say that, because some of these fights are now entering religion.
And it's a bigger thing we're losing sight of. They're not Kalenjins. The president is not Somali. So he's speaking from another community. Back then it was the president's community. Okay? And who are we to say that they are not doing a good job? Maybe they come on board with their Islam faith, and because of that they are dependable and reliable, and because of how big a community they are, they have skin in the game, they have a stake in this thing succeeding, therefore they are committed to making it work.
They have more integrity just because of their deeper beliefs in repercussions.
Exactly. So let's really create a level playing field when we speak. And let us remember, there was a time in this country, my people were referred to as Kamuikaba.
Meaning?
Kamuikaba, that Kamukamba. By our cousins from the mountain.
That's guys.
Yes. Kamuikaba.
Yeah.
There was a time in this country, we referred to the Maasai as Mwakavioya.
Meaning?
Derogatory. That guy doesn't wear pants. So we've all done it to each other. I'm not going to say Kikuyus talk down on us. We talk down on the Maasai. Yeah, we did it. Some people talk down to the Luos. I'm sure the Luos talk down to somebody else. Maybe the Tessos or somebody. Said, these guys. I'm sure we say the Kalenjin, but within the Kalenjin, the Nandi said those Tugans are herders. You know. So it's all over. And we must ask ourselves, when you point a finger, do you occupy the moral high ground to do that? Do you occupy that space? Is your integrity at such a level that you occupy that space to call this guy corrupt, to call this guy tribalist? Do you occupy that space, or are you yourself tribal?
Wow.
And then how, look, to build the nation we need to build, look outside. We have relatives in the US. What is the problem there? You're a black man driving, police car stops you, you're in panic. Because you're black, color of your skin. Anything could happen. Luckily here, other than the Somalis who have a different tone, the rest of us look alike. You stop me thinking I'm Luo, I'm Kamba. Or I'm Luya, but I'm Kamba. Or I'm Masai. So luckily we've got that. And a lot of times until I open my mouth to speak, you can't guess my tribe for some of us. So we have that working for us. And it's a blessing.
And I love the Gen Zs because it's even harder to find, even from an economic standpoint.
Yes.
Growing up, I could tell, we used to call them obohos.
Yes.
Obohos were guys who could come and cross with your stuff.
Yes.
Now, because some certain clothes were only affordable if they come from abroad.
Yes.
You get, so accessibility to some clothes was not, you couldn't get it.
Yes.
Now you can't tell.
Yes.
A guy in Moranga, a guy in Nairobi Karen, a guy in Nairobi Buru, a guy in Mombasa.
Yes.
An 18-year-old look exactly the same.
And that's why I felt the thirst and hunger to do what we're doing. Because those guys are the hope of Kenya. We are doomed to think as tribes. My generation. We are in, it's actually, it's like a cancer for us. For my generation, it's like a cancer. We look at each other from that prism. If I say Ndolo, they ask Luo, Kamba. You know? And
somebody asked me that the other day. I got repelled.
Yes. Yes. And it's serious. If I go to Limuru Country Club to play golf, and I'm paired with members of Limuru who maybe I don't know, from the T, they switch to vernacular. So there's me and my caddy who's Kikuyu, and the other three guys, and they're Kikuyu caddies, and they switch to vernacular.
For real?
Yes. But then go to Machakos Golf Club. Go down the road, Machakos Golf Club, and you're paired, you, Kikuyu, you're paired with Kambas. What do you think is happening from the T? See, we're switching to Kamba. So I shouldn't complain, because that's how we are wired. Yes, the Kikuyu have lived more in the developed part of the city. They are more industrious, so therefore there'll be more golf clubs associated with them. But if the roles were reversed, the Kambas would be doing it.
So are there those neutral golf clubs?
Well...
Oh, now it becomes class.
Now it's a class thing.
Okay, wait. This rabbit hole has refused us to jump out.
So you see where I'm going?
I completely see.
Yes.
I want us to chomoka this rabbit hole a bit. Because where we are, first of all, I value the conversation that we've just had.
Yes.
And part of the interjections allow us to go and explore this unexplored land.
Yes.
We know where we're going. We're headed to Mombasa, but it's good to veer off sometimes.
Yes.
And that's what we've done.
Yes.
So as we come back on, where we are in this story, William Ruto, I'd almost say has his first defeat.
Yes.
With the no.
Oh, yes.
So what happened? But then it's a victory in disguise.
Yes. Because when you look over the horizon, first he's now got a national network. Oginga Odinga called Moi a giraffe in his book. If you read Oginga Odinga's book, he says this guy sees far.
Odinga,
Raila's father wrote a book. And in his book, Moi was not president when he did the book. But he said Moi is like a giraffe.
What? I want us to chomoka this rabbit hole a bit. Because where we are, first of all, I value the conversation that we've just had.
Yes.
And part of the interjections allow us to go and explore this unexplored land.
Yes.
We know where we're going. We're headed to Mombasa, but it's good to veer off sometimes.
Yes.
And that's what we've done.
Yes.
So as we come back on, where we are in this story, William Ruto, I'd almost say has his first defeat.
Yes.
With the no.
Oh, yes.
So what happened? But then it's a victory in disguise.
Yes. Because when you look over the horizon, first he's now got a national network because of that campaign. He has people he could call to the table. And remember, we keep saying, memory like an elephant, genius, machine of a brain, the way it works. So he can pick up his phone and call somebody who was his campaigner in Kitale.
Oh,
Pick up his phone and call a guy who was his campaigner for the no campaign in Kitui. Because of his memory, he's got a network. I mean, I don't interact with him. Even from when he was DP, I would meet him once in a long while. But I'll surprise you. He's DP. I'm sitting with my cousin at Java Transnational Plaza downstairs. And he had a beautiful Mercedes, and I love cars, S-Class, that I used to admire. So we're sitting with my cousin, and it passes. He used to have an office at the Transnational, I believe. I think he wasn't DP yet. It was in the run-up to the campaigns for Jubilee. So Kibaki's president. And my cousin says, that looks like, I tell him, yeah, I know that 126. That is William's car. Because he keeps his cars clean, and I like that. So he drives in. So I tell him, I have this guy's number. Let me try. He doesn't pick. I put the phone down. I tell my cousin, maybe he has deleted my number. So we sit chatting. 15 minutes later, my phone rings. I see Honorable Ruto. And I show my cousin. So I pick. He says, Ndola, how have you been? This is 2010, before the elections. The last time I've interacted with him is 2005 Kano branch elections, when I'm with Biwot.
Yeah.
It's the last time we've interacted on a face-to-face. There's been no other forum for us to meet. He tells me, how have you been? Well, we're happy. I tell him, I'm around. He tells me, I'll be launching a party. I want you to come. Tell him, nimekusikia mkubwa. Waziri, that's how we used to refer to him. Do you know he calls me after a while to invite me to his launch of URP in Bomas?
No way.
And we're not in the same circles. This is not my guy UK, who was in school with my brother, whose mother knows my mother.
And who is not answering your phone call?
And by the way, who when he was doing his Gurario to Margaret, me and some of my friends were there in Karen. We saw him do God step across, the traditional thing. So we have history. I know his cousins, I know him, But this is a guy who we've met. We have no family links. I don't know his brother. I don't know his wife. It's just him I know. And my phone rings, it's William. And I'm thinking. And again, after a while, my phone rings again and it's him. So I'm thinking he must have a list. He's thinking, Makueni, call this guy, this. And he's the one doing the call.
What?
He's the one who calls me. So how many has he called? If I'm not in his circles, I'm not a former minister, I'm not a former MP, I'm not a millionaire. I'm imagining I might not be at the top of his list, but I'm on his list. So who else is on his list?
And he called you.
He calls me to invite me to Bomas.
And you can imagine some of the calls he's probably had were supposed to be 5 minutes and have gone for an hour.
And mine is a short one. It's barely a minute. How have you been, Ndola? I want to invite you. Nothing matter. In Bomas, I'll be launching my party.
And did you go?
No, I didn't go.
Oh.
I was in that hangover of my guy. And I didn't know if they'd be in the same camp. So I'm thinking, my guy UK, man, if I'm seen there, my guy UK will think, this guy has abandoned me.
But my guy UK already abandoned you.
He's abandoned me, but me, I've not seen it. So I didn't go to the launch of that party in Bomas, where I'm invited by him, and I can't reach my guy UK. This guy has called me. serious miscalculation on my end, politically. That was because this guy wants me to back him. This other guy is assuming my support.
And this guy rewards. You know, I look at the Minister of Lands. Ruto rewards.
So it was a miscalculation on my side. But I have to recognize who the man is.
Wow.
And we're not campaigning. We are giving a story about the character. And we are leaving it for Kenyans to decide. And we're giving guys a history. Yes, he's had his hand in the till. I can't prove it. Every time people talk about corruption, I can't prove it. I'm not saying the man is not corrupt. He's made money, there's no doubt.
Yep.
But I can't say like this. Okay? And because of that, it's important we put everything out there. Under his watch, there's been extrajudicial killings. He must take responsibility for that. Yeah, we cannot say he can't. Under his watch, there has been great transactions. You know, we heard about the Adani group and who. He takes responsibility. It comes with the territory, it comes with the office. So,
and by the way, for me, it's what I like. You see, what I'm very aware, we can't erase history. Secondly, you need to understand how then he became, how does this chicken farmer, as we call it, become president?
yes.
And therefore, if you want to uproot him, don't think it is a joke.
Yes.
He didn't arrive there by flukes.
Yes.
Understand the man, whether you want him to stay or
Yes.
want him to leave.
Yes.
What you're just doing is giving his story. So, for example,
Yes.
for me, I've written there lesson 11.
Yes.
Some losses can be victories for the bigger picture. You lose something today, but and I'm sure he's like now. I'm like he's sharp enough to know he would have lost that thing.
Oh, yes.
It was him against everybody.
Yes.
He's intelligent enough to know I'm not winning this.
Yes.
So the same way you told me the story with Biwott,
Yes.
I'm asking now again.
The same way I'm telling you, Moi must have known Uhuru can't win.
Exactly.
It's a loss for a gain.
A loss for a gain.
A loss. Now I lose, tomorrow I gain.
Yeah. This is just brilliant.
Moi loses, placing Uhuru in State House.
10 years.
He knows, somehow, Oginga Odinga called Moi a giraffe in his book. If you read Oginga Odinga's book, he says this guy sees far.
Odinga.
Raila's father wrote a book. And in his book, Moi was not president when he did the book. But he said Moi is like a giraffe.
What?
He says, Kole! That's Oginga, who was detained by Moi. Raila's father.
What?
He says this guy sees. So when you see, now in hindsight, you see his move with Uhuru, I am convinced that was the game plan. These other things were sideshows. The game plan was to leave this guy in a position where he's paid back to the family. Because like we said in the previous episode, if Moi had been dropped as vice president, there was no way he was going to become president.
True.
In the politics of back then, forget it.
I went on a rabbit hole looking for other kids of Uhuru's. I can't find them.
Yes.
Other photos of Uhuru and his siblings with the father and other prominent leaders.
You won't find.
Can't see it.
It's him mostly. Him a lot of the times. And you must hand it to Jomo because he must have had Uhuru at the age of a grandchild.
Imagine.
The age between the president and this first son of Guinness must have been grandfather to grandson.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is the other thing about Jomo you must recognize, that he was a family man, even though he had these children at an advanced age, because you see them around him.
Okay.
And you take your hat, or you tip your hat to him. Because what else as a father do you do besides being president? Is you prepare your children for tomorrow. And look at what he did with Uhuru. Positioned him, the guy became president.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So this guy loses.
Loses, he goes no.
goes
Symbol
no.
was red.
And where are you in this time?
So now in this time, I'm in the yes camp.
What's your, as a citizen, or are you deeper?
I'm just a citizen who's a political player, and I'm campaigning for the yes, for the Constitution. I've read it. I've read, what you call highlights of it, because we had highlighted, there was a document that was done specifically for campaign, which highlighted the clauses and pointed out the trouble clauses that no was refusing to. And when I looked at what no was challenging vis-a-vis what yes was presenting, I was convinced the yes side was a side to be in.
What was the biggest thing that you felt
Yes.
we need a new constitution for?
I felt that the civil liberties clause, the rights, right to shelter, right to water, right to those rights were so robust. I heard on a clip I watched, I think on CNN, that constitution was presenting, that clause alone was more prominent than many first world constitutions, what it guaranteed. The other thing that caught me was the chapter 6 on integrity, because I had always felt that was something as a country we needed to embrace to grow. We needed to sanitize what leadership was. I have always felt we needed to allow the businessmen to go to business and leave the leadership to those who want to lead. I'd always felt that. I'd always felt that we had started on the wrong footing, where the presidency was a preserve of the rich. And in fact, at some point, when you list the richest people in Kenya, you would find that the president is sitting in the top 3, top 5. It is not healthy. Unless you are like Dangote, who's become a president. So you've been wealthy and then you've become a president. But if you've become president, wealthy. If you become wealthy while you are president, it was the wrong thing. And let's be fair here. Jomo is not the culprit. He's the architect. Moi did it better than him. Became very wealthy. So extended the example. Kibaki became wealthy, but I think Moi did it better than Kibaki. And of course, he was at 24 years. And then Uhuru comes in, riding on what his father had done, and he must have made his own money. So...
Expressway.
Exactly. So if you go back to now 97, in fact, let's go back to 92, when William Samoei is in YK 92, those are the things he's seeing. Those are the things he's seeing. And that's what it means to be president. And that's why when I said, and I saw people tweeting, that it would be refreshing if Sifuna was to be voted in. I am not talking about Sifuna the person. I'm not talking about Sifuna the character.
It's what he represents.
I have not even interrogated whether he would make a good president or not. I am saying the mere fact that you have a learned person who's a lawyer and who is not coming with money bags would be refreshing for that person to occupy that seat by way of a campaign and to end up there, because it will be a message to the young. When I was soft on William Ruto in 2022, I was not pro-Raila, I was pro-Ruto. It's because I was saying he represents an idea to a child in the village. He represents hope.
He's an Obama.
That I can be a chicken farmer. There's a guy selling chicken somewhere in the village, and he's hearing these guys to sell chicken. So it just presents hope. It's like what the athletes do. Every Olympics, we have an unknown person from the village who becomes a world star. The only reason they're doing that is because Kipchoge pushed the ceiling. He removed the ceiling. The sky was the limit. Because he went and challenged the world. He couldn't even speak English well. They tested him, if you didn't know, to check if his heart is normal. Maybe he has a big heart. Because what this guy is doing on his feet is abnormal. So he pushed. I supported...
And Kipchoge is coming from a generation who've done that. Douglas, Waki, all those guys.
And I'm talking about the first Kipchoge.
Oh, you're not even talking about
no, no, I'm talking about Kipchoge. Kipchoge
You're
Keino.
not talking Kipchoge.
No, I'm talking about Kipchoge Keino.
Yes.
Of the 60s.
The one who ended up on the Olympic board.
That guy just pushed the ceiling because the children in the village around him could relate. The people of his they said, Allah, you mean that guy? His father, he won. So others now, the ranks of this world.
You're doing something powerful. You're explaining to Gen Z.
Yes.
There'd be no Kipchoge if there was no Kipchoge.
Yes. And Naftali Temu.
Me and you are talking two different generations.
Me, I'm talking Kipchoge of those days. They almost wanted to make a rule so that Africans don't run. This guy is beating everybody. He's taking everything.
Wow.
So he inspired. So when I was looking at William Ruto, I was saying two things. Number one, he came and joined Uhuru after PEV. So the two warring communities sold a candidature. For me, that was enough. I said, yeah, there's no angels here. At least that boy in Kuresoi, who is Kalenjin, who has a friend in primary school, who is from Kuresoi and is Kikuyu, and he likes him, but he's worried in telling his parents because he's heard these Kikuyus, he's heard that narrative, and the boy is in standard 8 or in standard 7. His best friend is Mwangi, but he can't talk about him at home because he's thinking, well, but I like Mwangi, he's such a nice boy. So what we've just done with the Uhuru Ruto candidature overnight, we're telling that boy it's okay. There's a 13-year-old, 14-year-old boy who's in love with Jerry. He sees her, his knees melt, but he cannot tell his aunties because she's Kikuyu. So the Uhuru Ruto presidency has just told that boy, it's okay. So for me, that was the idea. And sometimes we were talking about a loss for a win. For me, that's a win. They might not be the cleanest integrity, but what they sell for Kenya. And that's why I'm saddened by this tribal narrative that could take us into trouble. I'm worried. Because I thought we had crossed that. When Jubilee came into power, I thought, wow, now let's manage. And I knew the Luo were still unhappy, Raila. So then I saw Raila coming on board. And how did I see it? Prayer breakfast, Safari Park. Uhuru stands up there. These are the things I like about Uhuru. And he says, we're in a prayer breakfast. He apologizes to Raila in front of the world. I called you names, I'm sorry.
Wait, I want to know where this thing is going. Yes. How does it even get here?
Yes.
You get? So when Ruto says no,
yes.
I'll keep bringing you back here.
Yes.
Because the average guy has none of this history of understanding.
True.
So I want us to walk, and you've walked us beautifully from 64 to this no.
So Ruto says goes no.
We now get this new constitution in
2010.
2010.
Yes.
What does that mean? What's changing? What does that look like for the ruling party? What does that look like for campaigning? Walk us through the journey after that.
So we now have a promulgation. We promulgate the new constitution.
And promulgate means we put it into
It is adopted.
It is adopted.
Yes,
okay.
As a new constitution. And big ceremony, Uhuru Park, the whole nation is there. Anybody is there. Opposition leaders are invited. It's a big thing.
And this is Nusu Mkate party.
You see, they formed Nusu Mkate in 2008. And they decided out of the order of business, top on our list is new constitution. So 2 years later, 2010, we have a new constitution. This new constitution introduced devolution. So now, wife, mke wangu Northeastern.
And does devolution kick in immediately? Does the constitution coming in kick in immediately for some things?
What happens is they come up with a program for implementation of the new constitution. Devolution is to kick in after the elections.
Okay.
Because we will now vote in leaders in the devolved units. So that wife, who has 6, 7 more kids than this other wife, mke wangu wa Northeastern, all of a sudden, her homestead is recognized now by Baba wa Taifa.
Who is championing this? Is a ministry formed for this?
What happens is, of course, we have a Ministry of Justice under the Nusu Mkate merger. The two, when they came together, in the expanded government, we end up with we have a Ministry of Justice. And we have a Minister of Justice who then pilots this thing to completion.
Okay.
So we have, I believe, Minister of Justice was either Kiraitu or Martha. It will come to me. So they take us to 2010 and new constitution. What does that document do for Kenya? It has 2 major things. Number one, through devolution, regions of this country that perceived to have been left out have an identity. It's a county with a budget, number one. And that budget is not generated by them.
By them being who?
Marsabit is not generating the money that they are going to
Yes, I
spend
get what you
in
mean.
that region.
They're not coming up with it.
It does.
It comes from the headquarters.
Consolidated fund. In other words, it's not about what have you raised so that we give you that much. No. It's a consolidated fund which is distributed to
But
all
if you raise,
the
it's
devolved
fine.
units.
Yoni yako.
No, whatever you raise comes back to the basket.
Oh, it does.
Yes. So, one thing it does, it gives these regions identity. Second thing it does is the constitution comes up with an equalization fund, which recognizes the regions that had been left behind, and that for them to catch up, they need to be given a little bit more. So it comes out with an equalization fund. So all of a sudden, regions that had been left behind are feeling we are part of Kenya.
Oh, man.
So in terms of national unity, it's a good thing. In terms of cohesion, it's a good thing. But question mark number one, can we afford it? But we are on such a high, we are so happy with this new document. Those who should interrogate that are not doing it. It is said that the initial proposal was not for 47 counties. It was for less. But we ended up at 47 counties because regional interests stepped in. I overheard that one of the concerns was that there were regions who, if you leave them as large, they could say we are going to secede.
You needed this thing to pass.
Because if it's 16 or 17 counties, it's most likely that northeastern and maybe some part of coast will be one county. Semi-arid, arid guys, Muslims. So they will say, where are we part of Kenya? Tuko na nchi yetu. So they will say, okay, let's do a referendum. Sisi nchi yetu, sisi tupewe nchi yetu, nyinyi mubaki.
Oh, I get
Because over time we have ignored that wife and her children who walk barefoot. And now we have brought them to the dining table and they are looking across the table at the other children, and these kids are wearing platforms. And they are playing with the remote control toys. Now watoto wengine wanacheza na mad toys. So we are thinking, why are we part of this home? Sisi let's divorce. Nyinyi mubaki, sisi tuende, give us our right. Tuende kutafuta. Because this thing is loop-sided.
Yes.
We are not one family. So there was that concern. And I keep going back to the analogy of the wives because it is simple language. Anybody worth his salt who has standard 4, standard 5 education will understand what we are saying. There are 12 wives and 47 children. And that wife in the north and 2 or 3 other wives have been neglected. Their children walk barefoot. These other children wear platforms. These children know what chocolate is. That children have no idea what chocolate is. Hata hajakutana na spaghetti. The closest they've come to anything that looks like you can put on bread is butter, is Blue Band.
Blue Band.
Yeah.
Butter.
These guys here operate butter, margarine.
Peanut butter.
Yeah. That kid does not know what Vaseline is. Anajipaka sabuni after showering. You know, they used to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. These guys here have cocoa butter. That is what it means in layman's terms, that you've neglected a wife and kids. So the 2010 constitution has just recognized that wife.
And her kids.
That wife and her kids are now on the budget. Huyu mzee akinunulia hawa bata, wale lazima wapate bata. Akinunulia hawa watoto platforms, those guys have to get platforms. As these guys are drinking quencha, after those guys are drinking quencha. That's what it means.
So could they not afford it, or was corruption going to be an issue? That
in terms of?
So when you say no one was thinking about it, and now I think if you fast forward to 2026, the problem is this thing it's too expensive.
They must have thought about it. But remember, as always happens with us politicians, and I said that as a politician, personal interests supersede national interests. So there's somebody in that formation who's thinking, when Kibaki is going home, I'm going for this seat. And because
I will ride this wave.
And I'm not even from the big community.
Oh, nice.
But the way this geography has ended up, I will have, out of 47 counties, 21 counties. I'll be a power.
I'll be the president of
Ukikata, if you rig me out, I'll have these guys. You meet me at the table, upende usipende. So there must be somebody who's thinking like that. Hence the big battles you saw at county level, where now ODM has got these counties, so many governors, and this other side, PN Jubilee has so many governors, and so you cannot ignore me. Upende usipende, you have to meet me at the table. Hence the handshakes that I've carried on since.
Yeah. Thank you for stopping here.
Yes.
This is such a huge conversation that we need to have.
Yes.
And let's change a battery. We come back to have this one.
So.
Wow. This one is big.
That, in my opinion, is extremely disrespectful. And I'll tell you why. You just need to look at his stint as Minister of Finance and identify if there were mega scandals under his watch.
This conversation, let me tell you, I love what you're doing to my mind in terms of shedding light onto things. So, for example, yes, we passed the new constitution.
Yes.
But what does that mean?
Yes.
I love how you've explained it. And some of this I may have known, but
Yes.
not to the level at which you explain it.
Yes.
But then there's some stuff I didn't think and didn't know.
Yes.
And that's what you've touched. And I want us to continue this conversation from there.
Yes.
While this constitution is being made by the different players in the room,
Yes.
people have I like what you said about Moi in the previous episode about what Odinga said about.
Odinga said, it's a giraffe.
You can see far.
You see far.
Even with this constitution,
Yes.
there are people who could see far.
Of course.
Explain.
Now, Raila Amolo Odinga, a key player in this whole initiative, had been detained by Moi. Then joined Moi in 2001 in the new KANU formation, thinking that he might be anointed. Then Moi pulls a rug and brings my guy, UK. And Raila moves with rebels in half and forms their formation. And in his political match, chess or troughs, whatever you want to call it, he recognizes if we don't make Kibaki president, Uhuru will be president and will be out of the game politically because Moi will not forgive us for betraying his choice. So he says, Kibaki tosha, the gamble works, Kibaki is in, he's shortchanged by Kibaki. So he's been shortchanged by Moi, but even though there was no promise with Moi, the biggest shortchange is Kibaki. Then yellow banana contest, he thinks he's won PEV. So he's been tried again twice. So then Nusu Mukate is formed. So now Raila is at the table as prime minister.
And he's enjoyed it.
He's now gotten in. He's barely 2 years in.
Okay.
And remember his ambition. He wants to be president. So obviously he has not stopped thinking of being president.
In fact, he's a step closer.
And besides being a step closer, he now has some level of control on the steering wheel because we are now putting together a constitution.
Wow.
So in this constitution, he must be thinking, what little things can we put in there that give me an advantage in 2013 so that whether it's a level playing field he's looking at or a slightly tilted playing field in his favor, it has, in his mind, this document, whilst it will be good for Kenya, must give me an edge.
That thing is mind-blowing. You know, as a citizen, I can't fathom that we are not the only ones that the politicians think about when they're crafting these things. They honestly speaking, in a lot of cases, first think about themselves.
Of course. And this is not a Kenyan problem.
Yes, it's a global thing.
From the US to where, if you dig deep, you'll find that the leadership always has its agenda first, and then the people's agenda second.
This is just hurtful.
And it comes from the monarchs. Yes. King, my son will be prince, will be king. That's how it is wired from time immemorial.
So why would I be so naive to think this constitution is for us?
It has clauses that work for us. But in there is agendas that are to benefit the ruling class. In my humble opinion, the number of counties were to favor somebody who is pursuing top seat, who is not from the large community, who is not Kikuyu. Because Gema has shown. How has it shown? In the banana orange contest, banana was largely Gema. The loss to the orange was marginal. So anybody watching who has aspirations of being president has crunched the numbers and he's just realized this beast called Gema on the ballot is an animal.
Can do nothing.
Also realize that if we pass a constitution that one man, one vote, we're out of the game. Gema will control the entire narrative.
Oh, wow.
The entire narrative, because they've got the vote. So we've got to cobble a thing where we have regional governments so that, and let me give you an...
but one man, one vote, explain.
You see, I'll give you an example. When I was vying for Member of Parliament in Kilome, my register was maybe 36,000 registered voters, between 32 and 36,000 in 2002. Here in Juja, there was a councillor who was vying to be councillor, and his voter register was 2,000 more than my constituency. Him is going to be a councillor in county council. Me, I'm going to be in National Assembly.
His MCA, his ward, had more people
than my constituency, which had several wards.
Yes.
So that tells you about the numbers matrix, communities matrix, and what it means for a political player who's gunning for the top. The only way you create power, if you are pursuing the presidency and you're not from the largest community, is you get creative in thought. So here we are, you have 47 counties. If you look at the tribal distribution of the 47 counties, as an aspirant for president, you know, you might not have the overall number, but you'll have the counties. So if there are 47 counties, you can easily say, I'll have 23 counties. You can't ignore me. You can't govern Kenya and ignore me.
I get it.
So you have to get me to the table, whether you like it or not. And it's a game now, he has realized.
I can win.
And has value, because it's brought him to the prime ministership. Yeah? That game of not necessarily having the overall win, but having a big enough chunk to demand,
yes,
you karibu, dining table, let's have a talk. And if you look at now the political journey that is Raila, that has been it.
That is it.
He shook hands with Kibaki, shook hands with Uhuru, shook hands with Ruto. But if you sit at the ballot and count the vote, he probably cannot be president.
This guy.
Now, if you look at it from that perspective, the 2010 constitution had a lot of good. Like I was saying, the equalizing fund and all those things. And also, it created a scenario where counties like Murang'a, counties like Kiambu, wealthy counties, the amount of tax they are collecting will go to develop counties like Marsabit, Isiolo, Uko. The money collected by these populous, rich counties will be used to develop those guys. So there's value for some regions of this country, because we're finally coming to the table. There are those who would argue that why should we do this? The proponents for one man, one vote. They say, we've got the numbers, we're the ones who raise the money, why are we doing? But then, are you rewinding the clock? That's the wife who was ignored. She's not in that situation of her own will. That's the wife who had kids who are barefoot, was ignored by the husband. So if fair is fair, let her get her pound of cake now. Pound of flesh now. She's been ignored. Yeah. So you, who are rich.
You are rich because she was ignored.
You're rich because ignored. Whatever bread was supposed to go to those kids, your kids were having scones. Anakula mihogo. Think about it. Your kids were having bread, scones, and cake. That wife, Kule, was hitting mihogo and cassava. Na saa ingine wild berries. Umemwacha mke, umwangalie. So in layman's terms.
Yeah.
So now don't turn around and say, me, I don't want, my cows, when I milk my milk,
Yeah.
mi nikienda kwa soko na ile ng'ombe nimekama, hiyo maziwa mi sitaki iende kwa ule mke. You can't say that now. Because for maybe 20 years, wewe umekuwa ukikula zaidi ya yule. Now you're all equal wives. You're equal. Whatever you're getting, she's supposed to get because you're one family. Yeah. Whatever Northeastern was not, Kiambu was getting, Northeastern should have gotten. Whatever Murang'a was getting, Northeastern should have gotten. Because we're one nation. Or let them be another country. That's why Pwani say, Pwani siyo Kenya. You can't blame them. Land adjudication. When did those guys get title deals? You guys have had title deals maybe for 20 years before them. You can borrow with your title deeds. You have boundaries. And what happens is because...
This couldn't happen in the coast?
Those guys, land adjudication, if you look at history, you'll find those guys got land adjudication decades after some of these guys. And what did it mean? KCB is looking to open a branch in somewhere in Murang'a. And they like your plot. And they want to develop a branch. In their books, they cannot engage somebody who doesn't have title.
Of course.
But you have title. So they engage you, they sign a lease with you, they tell you, we'll develop the branch. We'll give you a loan for 10 years. So the value of your property, in 1 year. Now, let's go to Marsabit.
Nothing.
KCB wants to put up a branch. They're not going to engage you. They're going to buy your plot off you.
Oh.
Then they're going to use their contacts to get land adjudication. They're going to get title done. They won't engage with you as a landlord because you don't have title. In layman's terms, that's what it means. It means some people got land adjudication before others. And in the interest of fairness, let's not crucify the businessmen from those regions who benefited. Because the architecture was set that way. They are not the architects. That's why you will hear that there's a village in Murang'a where the wealthiest Kenyans are from a village. The guys behind Equity Bank and what? They've done well. But was the foundation in favor of creating, giving them some kind of affirmative action? Of course. Not of their doing. And to unite Kenya, I don't want anybody to victimize the billionaires who are there today. Leave them alone. They found an enabling environment and they capitalized. That's why I'm saying don't touch the Somalis. They've come in, they've gotten paperwork, they have found an enabling environment in Nairobi. They are good at putting money together.
Yep.
Leave them alone.
Yep.
So the same way you are leaving them alone, leave
and
these
you're
other
fairly selling your plots to them.
Who has
and your
come
houses.
to you with a pistol? See, these guys come to you and they tell you what your house in South Sea.
In fact, rumor has it that when they come and they ask you how much your house is and you say 11 million, they tell you no problem, I'll give you 13 million, move tomorrow.
And what does it mean for the value of property in South Sea? Belonging to non-Somalis. Value has gone up. If you go to borrow now, as you are known of a house in South Sea, to the bank, the valuation report you will give is not the one that was there in 92 or 2000. I mean, because of the developments, the value of your property has moved up. So you are actually benefiting from this explosion of development. So 2010 Constitution created some kind of a level playing field. It created some ability for some regions to catch up. And that's why if you listen to the narrative around devolution, some regions of this country are very passionate about it. And you can't blame them. Some of them had not seen tarmac roads. Some of them had not seen power. Some of them didn't know what it was to have sanitation. These things happened as devolution unfolded. So that was one of the big pluses for that constitution. There's another very big plus. I think the judiciary was a big beneficiary of devolution. Even though people say as a nation we litigate a lot, I think people became more aware of their rights. There were robust campaigns to educate Kenyans. I remember flyers, what they like to call bills, an A5, just the bullet points of what the yes is saying, what the no is saying, and they were distributed. It is said that back then a study was done, and the awareness level of Kenyans towards their laws had just jumped. All of a sudden, you had a population that seems to understand the very basic of laws. That's a plus. And that gives us an edge in the world space. We have a community that's aware. So there were those gains with the 2010 constitution. The growth I've seen in counties, starting with my home county of Makueni, when I go to Water headquarters and I choose to spend a night in Water, I will be able to get into a hotel that has very good self-contained rooms, that has got DSTV if I want, internet is available. I will eat a meal similar to what I would eat in a 2-star, 3-star hotel in Nairobi. That means it is attracting development. People who would like to invest in that region are now finding it appealing because the services you're getting in terms of just sanitation and what, now it's getting better and better. And because you have centered the governor there, then the development is coming there following that county government.
Oh, nice.
So now you find, there's schools are doing better. Generally, the population is doing better. And what devolution also achieved is the money started coming down. All these governments at the county level would carry out procurement activities because they have to grow. So now the money was at the ground. Hardware shops at the ground were getting business. People who are contractors at the ground were getting business. So there's a lot of positive that came out of the devolved units.
And also,
yes,
and this is my generation.
Yes.
First of all, I'm the only Nairobi of my whole family.
Yes.
I'm the only one in Nairobi.
Yes.
Now, move back 10 years ago.
Yes.
Impossible.
Yes.
We are all in Nairobi. We're not daring to leave this capital city. So one of the benefits of this devolution leads to urban-rural migration.
True.
Previously, it was rural-urban migration.
Oh, yes.
In fact, let me say rural-Nairobi migration, not even urban.
In fact, let's put it this way. In the effort to rein in the runaway unemployment during the Moi era, all manner of things were created. I remember an initiative under Moi's government to employ youths who are in the mechanical and artisan space. So there were sheds done under Kenya industrial estates. But what did it do? It created what you're saying. People came to the cities. That obviously grew the slums because the cost of housing was not sufficient. It was too high for these artisans. Some of the good things that Jomo kept chanting, Turudini Mashambani. That was one of his rallying cries.
Oh, wow.
President Jomo Kenyatta. He talked about people going back to farm, to the villages. Obviously, his government recognized that the urban migration would create slums and it was not good for the economy because farming was a big thing at independence.
Yes.
And now it was dying away. And it created employment and food security. So his government recognized that. Remember, the Jomo government had serious talent. You just need to look at who was in Ministry of Agriculture. There was serious, yes, there were issues with tribalism, but the talent existed. And because the talent existed, there were a lot of policies that made a lot of sense. One of which is what we're talking about, which is the urban-rural migration.
Is Kibaki a child of the Jomo government?
He was a minister of finance.
And look at, and he wasn't the best and the standout.
But he was a brilliant economist.
He was.
I mean, at the international stage, they talked about him, not in regional or continental. At the international stage, they talked of Mwai Kibaki as an economist. There are things Kibaki did that have been caught up in all our very toxic politics. When CDF was launched, Constituency Development Fund,
And this, when does CDF come? Does it come in his time?
2003,
2003.
the NARC government.
CDF is not a product of the constitution.
No. Constituency Development Fund is a child of the first term of Emilio Mwai Kibaki's government. And it was riding on something that existed in Jomo's government that was called the District Development Committee, which was chaired by the district commissioner, where they would look at the projects that require development. However, under the Jomo government, it was loop-sided in favor of which region voted for us.
Yes.
So Mwai Kibaki introduced CDF, which was, in my opinion, the true devolution, beginning of devolution, because it was to be funded across the board, regardless of voting patterns.
Wow.
That was Emilio Mwai Kibaki. And in its initial formation, the members of parliament did not have power over it. They had power over setting up a CDF committee at the constituency.
Because this was before the MCAs. So is it the councillors who are now?
The councillors.
Okay.
Yes. But they were committees who could defy political classes' agenda. Good thing Kibaki did. And when he set up CDF, it became a model to countries in the region. A story is told of a visit by countries from the lower part of the continent and our neighbors, Tanzania and others, who came to the National Treasury to understand CDF, so they can borrow from this animal that is spreading development across the country regardless of vote.
Yeah.
So when you hear they talk about Kibaki as a great leader, these are some of the things he did that were earth-moving for Kenya. And that changed the narrative and forced future leaders to look at development outside of political favor.
You know why it's so sad? Because we are back there.
Tragedy.
Where CDF MPs, now that power that has come to the MP decides who they will reward first on the CDF based on the people who voted for them. Because MPs have different constituencies under them. So, constituency A voted for me. Let's start with giving you, your disbursing the funds to you.
Leave that alone. Horror story. Horror story. MCAs now have demanded their own fund.
What do you mean?
Structured under CDF. And I believe, I could be wrong, either it's been passed or it's one of the... It's on the table. And what happens in a country like Kenya, when we look at our decision-making purely on political gain, we allow the politicians to dictate where we go, we are in trouble. Because not only don't they mostly have the expertise to manage, it is based on what you've just said, which is where Kibaki pulled us out of, where it is pegged on political favors. It is tragic. So this is, for Kenyans to understand, and for my children to understand, these are some of the things Emilio did. Mwai Kibaki brought this to Kenya. I will repeat, he failed in the shafting of the MOU and how he managed for us to end up in PEV. Fine, agreed. Like we've said, every leader have their positives, negatives. But what he did on the economic front, which he left for us to copy as we move forward, was genius. Like I've said, countries, our neighboring countries and from the lower part of the continent, came here to study CDF. They were like, what is this animal? A guy called Muraria who sat in Treasury, working like a donkey. A friend of mine worked in Treasury. He said the guy used to have dinner in the office. I think he lost his wife early in his appointment as minister. The guy's dinner was served in the office. Muraria, Minister of Finance. A serious worker. And Kibaki did something else that Uhuru and Ruto tried in the term one. He would appoint people for your ability. Very few people will actually show you a clip of Muraria, the Minister of Finance, at a political gathering doing political banter. He appointed a guy who he understood was going to do that job that he was appointed to do.
CEOs, not politicians.
Even if you are a politician, because our landscape requires you to be a politician,
Okay.
he knew that your leaning was more on the expertise than on the politics. Because we've had a lot of politicians, and this is important so that the political class doesn't think we're just bashing. We've had a lot of politicians who here have been amazing. An uncle of mine who's now 91, 92, who's a professor, very close, took on the space of my father because my father died when I was young. When I was marrying, he's a man who'd hold my hand, Professor J.K. Maitha, also from my father's clan. We would do lunches with him. You know, he had an office in Waumini House in Westlands. So every once in a while, I would be visiting him on a particular agenda. He would say, let me buy you lunch at the handy restaurant in the mall. There was a restaurant called very good, very delicious Indian cuisine.
Indian, yeah.
Yeah.
It's now at the Hub.
I just love that cuisine and a very well-run restaurant. Amazing. Always full. So we're doing lunch with him. And Professor Njau, who was meeting somebody, comes to the table. Hey, Professor, how are you? Long time. Introduces me, they chat. Njau goes and sits down. My uncle looks at him and he tells me, that guy, the brain that man carries, amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. Fast forward, this man is in Kibaki's government. Minister of Planning. Many will not say it, but it is said, and my uncle had said to me later, that the blueprint of some of the things Kibaki was implementing, as we moved into term 2 and all, courtesy of Njau, governor of Kisumu.
Lupita's daddy.
Yes. So there's a lot of politicians who had serious talent. They came into the political space or the leadership space. They were able to put their political play here and bring in their expertise here to serve the nation. So there were many. Emilio Kibaki being one, Njau being one, and many others.
And say what you want about Martha from the political end, but when it comes to justice,
yes,
she's
played her role.
She does her job.
She did her thing.
Yeah.
So there were many who did that. So when we talk devolution, we will do Kenyans a disservice if we don't talk about CDF. And if we do not then give accolades to Emilio Mwai Kibaki for that, then we'll do a disservice. There are many champions of devolution. Many people do take credit for the rolling out of devolution. There are many like Raila who championed it. For whatever reason, say that he was oppressed, say that he had been detained, say that he has an eye on the presidency, you cannot take it from him that he was one of the major agitators for the opening of the democratic space and even for this approach to devolution. So you must give those accolades to Raila for that.
Okay.
Just like you must give Kibaki accolades for that, even though they headbutted. Kibaki gave us CDF, which opened an amazing door. Raila fought for democratic space. We got us to multiparty, but more so to this devolved approach too, even though somewhere in there you had...
Yes, but we still got there.
We got there. And like I keep saying, we must take responsibility. We then must take responsibility to adjust whatever it was we felt that in devolution Raila had put a personal agenda. We have a responsibility to dissect, decipher, and adjust it so that it suits the Kenyan agenda and not a personal agenda.
So let me ask you,
yes,
if I was to grant you the genie wish and give you all power
yes,
over the constitution,
yes,
for in 2026, 2027 going on,
yes,
what would you do? Or let me ask, what would you amend?
Okay, so...
Or would you throw it out?
So, let's not get caught. Let's not get caught in the quicksand of the big man syndrome. Because that's what's gotten us to where we are.
Yes.
So I wouldn't give an answer that I would say, this is what I would do as Andrew. No. Because we're getting back to...
The big man.
So we're
It's
talking.
hard to get out my
I
hand.
know, and this is why I want this one out. This is why I'm doing this for Gen Z. I understand what you're saying. I recognize, but I am not the holder of absolute knowledge or expertise in that space. We have Kenyans who are very able. We have Kenyans, if you might not know, who drew the roadmap, the blueprint for Rwanda. The Rwanda we praise today, the blueprint Kenyans. There's a man called Shema Chuodo who was out there in Kigali doing stuff for that guy. Here he tried MP once or twice, people didn't take him because of the way our politics is structured. Guy goes across the border and out there they're treating him like a genius. And we've had others. Yeah. We've had others. I forget the names. We've had others who have played a big role in the architecture of just where Rwanda is. They're Kenyans. So to answer your question, if I, by some sheer luck, ended up in a space where I'm being told, you sound like you know what you're saying, draw a roadmap, I would say, open this up. We have Kenyans who are better placed than I would ever be to draw a roadmap. I would say, give me the management of the unit, but fungua hii kitu. Let's get Kenyans who have got the credentials to have this conversation. And you'll be shocked what they put on the table, particularly if they are not being shadowed by a political agenda or a tribal agenda. They are coming to the table to say, this is what's good for Kenya. Because this is what's going on in Northeastern, this is what is going on in Coast, this is what's going on in Eastern, this is what's going on in Rift Valley, this is what's going on in Nyanza, Western. These are the dynamics of the country. This is where we are. This is what this part of the country produces. And this is how we leverage from it. This is how
to protect it from political interference.
And this is our dollar reserve. This is where we are. And then therefore they would say, this is what we see. This is what we should do in devolution. This region and this region can be combined. Split this one, join, bring this together from an economic point of view. So they say, we are going to cobble units that will be economically productive. So that what they bring to the national basket is they've added from where we are today. And they would say, let's come down from 47 to 37 or 42 or 41. And these are the reasons. I believe that can be done. But it can only be done if the person spearheading that agenda is devoid of vested interests. They're trying to look at it from a point where they're saying, how do we get out of this hole we're in? Which is, and this is the hole, we collect what we collect. We spend 80% of what we collect on recurrent expenditure, and it's over from what I hear. And, paying loans and just paying salaries. And then we are a developing nation. It's not possible. You've got to be able to split it where you say recurrent expenditure is maybe 40% of what we collect and the rest is going to development. And then also you have a roadmap on that development. What is your priority list? What's at the top? Is it sanitation? Is it water? Is it health? Is it education? Is it security? What is it? It's not projects that are beholden to a particular person. People are talking about Talanta Stadium, Bomas, and they're challenging. And they have a right to challenge. These are our assets, and I love what is being done. However, in the priority list, is it as necessary at this stage in time? People are challenging the renovations we've seen in State House. These are our assets. It's not good for us to just rubbish it. When I see what I see on TV, it's that beautiful. What we've got and that's our reception. That's the first place an international leader comes to. So obviously, we're having large conversations with investors who are bringing billions of dollars. It's important to look like we are good for it. So obviously, it's good. But the question would be, did we need to do it now?
Did it need to cost this much?
Or did we need to do it in the second term? And we don't have a helicopter view of why these things are being done now. Maybe if you were to say to the president, he would tell you, I've got these sports coming up next year. Talanta was necessary because we want to host, because this is what it will do. Somebody scrunch the numbers. This is what we'll get for hosting that sport in the next 4 years in sports tourism. Until you have the sight of what it is and why it's being done, it's a bit careless to just criticize. Okay, fine. Same thing happens with State House. Maybe the president could tell you, by the way, we've done this because in the next 18 months, this is going to happen. And because it's going to happen, we need to be able to host 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is what's going on. Maybe he'll even tell you that's how he ended up at G7.
You don't know.
Because it's a roadmap. But back to the fact that devolution is expensive is a fact. The fact that we might not be completely prioritizing what we should spend is a fact you can't walk away from. And
the fact that there is corruption.
yes.
And that's when you speak to 99% of Kenyans, that's the irritating thing. When Morara is not running out of places to go to
Yes.
and throwing out numbers like 400 million, 100 million,
Yes.
30 million, 90 million, and it shows disbursement of money. Okay, granted, we don't know the whole story.
Yes.
Because just because a plaque has been put up doesn't mean the money actually left the account.
Exactly.
You get, I've come to learn that.
Yes.
There's a promise, you've been told, set it up and start whatever.
Yes.
Or people started and they never got their money.
I've run, as you know, a construction firm up to probably 2013 or 2012. And I've done 1 or 2 government jobs. The budget comes out of an estimate that is done by public works, the experts of government. They say this is a project and they tender it. Then they tender it, you win the project. And when you win, back then, you get mobilization, a small percent of the job. Then after that, all other payments are on certificate. You present a certificate, it is authenticated, they say you have done 30%, you are paid. So when somebody comes and says, this 300 million, they need to prove the 300 million was all dispensed. The biggest problem we are facing as a nation, and I don't know how we're going to get out of it, is the propaganda machine is running ahead of the national information that we're getting. The communication by this government, in my humble opinion, has been wanting. And it has been left to the president to keep talking about the plan, what they've done, what they're going to do. And that has exposed him to the fire. In terms of political planning, again, in my humble opinion, that is wrong. Emilio Mwai Kibaki was really challenged because of dishonoring the MOU and because of PEV. But it was difficult to hate him because he gave you Alfred Mutua, government spokesman. So somebody else took fire. And he chose not to say much. And that is why even today, even Raila himself, when he was alive, could not hit Kibaki outright and say, that guy, that man, that man, that man. Yet he denied him the presidency if he were to go there. Okay? But he didn't go there. He couldn't come out with that bile against him because the communication was managed in such a way that somebody else took fire, which is what is supposed to be.
We never see Hussein, eh?
Which is what is supposed to be in government. Because
even Kanze, we used to see more with Uhuru.
And whether it is, people say, oh, the president can't be advised, he has to say everything. I'm not completely convinced. I just think there are people who take jobs, they're not willing to risk their skin and do their jobs. They are playing careful politics. When you are the government spokesman, you are supposed to take fire.
That's the job.
It comes with the job. Stop fearing saying this and tripping and you'll be fired. Do the job. So that the president doesn't feel the need to keep addressing. Let him call you and tell you, well, not that, this. And have the courage to tell me, Your Excellency, let me say that. Don't say it. Let me say it. Because it comes with the territory. So the message from this government has been wanting, has been malnourished. Aina nyama. And because of that, we are left to come up with conclusions. So we have a propaganda machine against government that is fat. It is rich. Everybody is saying something, and we've all become experts. It's crazy. You saw an aircraft that came down at the Wilson Airport a few months ago. There was, I think, a senator from Western who was in that. The spin goes, Ruto wants to kill you. And I'm thinking, goodness gracious. If you even understand aviation, this thing veered up the airport, the runway, surely. But that's who we are. And because the messaging is wrong from the body that should be talking to us. One thing, Raila, you must hand to him, communication. Whoever was doing Raila's communication. Raila told you he won in 2007. And it was like a broken record. Broken record. Kriegler said they didn't know who won. There was no scientific way of proving Raila won. But he told it, the rank and file of Kenyans say Raila won, Kibaki lost. But it's not scientific. But it took that narrative. 2013, Raila said he won, he beat Uhuru. That they stole his vote. It is like a national anthem in Kenya. He repeated it and repeated until it became gospel. Yet there's no science to show that. In the second election, when we were returned in 2017, Raila says he won, but the courts didn't say he won. The courts returned us to the election because they queried the process of transmitting results and how Kenyans were treated to that by IEBC. That's what was challenged. And that is why they said, we'll go back to the ballot.
Wow.
And Raila chose not to go to the ballot.
Yeah, he did.
Yes. He said, so Uhuru went with Ruto and they won their second term. So the machine, propaganda behind Raila has been excellent. They've just been very good at the messaging. They've actually sold a narrative. And the narrative of...
Until this last one, when they entered the presidential machinery. When they entered the machinery.
Yes.
They were horrible in the communication.
And of course, you must hand it to... I believe Raila was now much older, maybe not in very good health. So maybe was unable to keep his eye completely on the detail. The Raila of 2007, he had his eye on...
He had his pulse on...
Yeah. So this guy now obviously must have not been in very good health and also was working with a sitting president. So a lot of control was still with the state. So if you look at the loss in 2022, you must place it where it belongs. And that is on the doorstep of my guy.
Okay, before we go to the guy, we have to get here. So, by the way, what I feel like is like we need to have, there's a lot of there's some keynotes have been taken.
Yes.
We need to have a full conversation about funding.
Yes.
And how that happens.
Yes.
In fact, I've been doing a rabbit hole.
Yes.
Finding out what the constitution says about funding or IEBC.
Yes.
Another conversation that we need to have is break down this constitution.
Yes.
Like you're speaking about it and I feel like it's new. So that's another one.
Yeah.
So what happens after the constitution is passed now?
Yes, so the constitution is passed, and after it is passed, obviously they have a implementation program. Some things will happen immediately, others will happen gradually. The biggest landmark about after it's passed is that in the next election, we'll be voting for president, deputy, not vice. Ticket you have to present at the beginning. Before, you would vie for president. Guys would support you. You would promise guys vice. When you're in, you would give whoever you want vice.
Yes.
Now you are a ticket. And once you present it, you're married till the term ends. Hence the impeachment of Rigathi. You are married. You are one, kwisha maneno.
Yeah.
And it introduces the other offices.
Governor.
Senator, governor, member of parliament.
MCA, women's rep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in that thing that we call the ballot paper, there are national government and county government. Because MCA is county government.
Yes, MCA is county.
And so is the governor.
Yeah.
But the member of parliament is national.
Oh, yes.
National Assembly. So it created that separation. And it took us to an interesting place. In the first round of devolution, there were battles over what is a devolved function, what is not a devolved function. And there was a push and pull between the governors and the central government where they're saying, you've not devolved this, or health, or security. We saw inspectorate officers set up by county governments who are like police, but we had a question on how much can they do. For example, if they set up a traffic roadblock, can they charge you? No, they can't. So what would happen is you would find the county government inspectorate working with the national police. National police was not that devolved function. It was national. So that came up.
Because that came under security of the country.
And so the police under the IG,
yes,
that was a whole structure. We had sub-county commanders, county commanders, you know. Same thing with provincial administration. One of the interesting things that came out of the 2010 constitution, back in 2005, when we were doing the orange banana, there were those who have the opinion that we should abolish provincial administration in totality.
So those are people like DOs?
Chief, DO, DC,
yes,
TOA.
PC used to be there, provincial?
Yeah, provincial commissioner.
Yes.
They were saying we do away with it. Why were they saying we do away with it? From the pain of being harassed when they were opposition leaders. In my opinion, that was a mistake.
Or they did away with it?
No, there was that proposal and it was heavy. Guys wanted it.
Yeah, because the chief is still there.
So what they did is they turned it. So you have a chief, then you have a DO is now, a DO is now sub-county commissioner.
Oh.
No, see, DC is sub-county commissioner, what we used to call the district commissioner. Then now you have an animal we call the county commissioner. Then what we used to call regional, now we used to call provincial, now is regional commissioner. So you have regional commissioners who sit above the county commissioners and who pretty much look like they capture the old provinces.
Oh.
Same with the police. You have a regional commander. Then you have a county commander. Then you have a sub-county commander. The sub-county commander is what we used to call an OCPD. He's now sub-county commander. So we took the ranks and gave them a county structure title, but the functions remained the same.
So what now happened when the governor comes in?
So now the governor is a political appointee. These are the guys employed by central government.
National government.
They are not...
they're not paid by the county.
And they're not even bound by political goodwill or political...
Yes.
Yes, but the governor is a political appointee. Wow. Again, in my humble opinion, I'm not an expert, I think it's overkill. I think the management of the county should have been left to appointed people, just like the PCs and who have you. Let them run, because they are not politicians. They are not beholden to political machinations.
I get it.
Let the Senate be very robust so that it audits what these guys are doing.
What's the role of the Senate?
Senate oversees devolution. They are the prefects.
So Sifuna right now is Nairobi senator.
Yes.
What is his job?
He is what is the word to use? He's like the prefect is not the right word. He calls the governor holds him to account. His function obviously is to push for devolution, for funds to the devolve unit, and he oversees what the devolve unit is doing. And he calls them to account, holds them to account. So where the governor has a misstep, it is his job. So a lot of times you find there's a big clash between...
That's why they're bouting.
The senator and governor. And then, of course, also because of politics, because senator might have aspirations of becoming governor. So it's in his interest to keep bashing this guy. And I'm not talking about Sifuna, I'm talking about senator-governor relationship in general. Because a lot of them end up...
Becoming governor. Because the governor controls the money.
The governor is the president of the county.
The senator is the overseer.
Is the overseer. The governor has raw power.
So show me a day-to-day job of Sifuna. He's to go and look and say, Sakaja is supposed to do this, this, this. this is what was approved in. He's not doing it.
He's actually like a member of parliament. That's why it's a Senate. It's also, they are members of the assembly. So theirs is laws, just like members of parliament. And theirs is to have sight over devolution.
This is insane. You know, the lack of education that is there about these roles is so high that everything has become a political doorway.
And then you ask yourselves, do we need 290 MPs plus 47, 50-something senators? Isn't there some duplication? These members of parliament are members of the National Assembly. Senators are also an assembly. Okay? So, is it impossible for the members of parliament to hold the county government to account? Question. I'm not an expert. I'm just looking at how this ballooned wage bill is managed. 2, let's move forward. Do we need the member of county assembly and the member of the National Assembly? Isn't there duplication there? We have 1,000+ MCAs, and like I told you, they want bodyguards, guns, their own CDF.
Where?
Are we able to audit their function? And because we arrived at this constitution borrowing from here and there, we must have looked at the American Constitution and other constitutions that have some level of devolution, what you might call states and what have you. And then looking at that, we must have looked at numbers. We must have said, what is the population that is being, how do I put it?
Governed.
Thank you. What is the population that is being governed by a governor or by an MP? Do the numbers make sense where you have so many million Kenyans being governed by so many legislators? And does it make sense for a developing country? We're not developed. So our money, a lot of our money should go to actual development because we're developing. Our money, the money we're using salaries should go to education, sanitation, health, So, when you crunch those numbers, because we're heavily leaning on the political side, it's expensive, and in my humble opinion, we could do better. But which politician is willing to go there? Because they're going to risk votes.
Instead, what they're doing is uniting for increase of salaries.
And I challenged an MP friend of mine who was being extremely vocal against Jubilee when Uhuru was president. You guys, corruption. I told him, the next time they float a salary increment on the floor of the House, I want to see you go against it. Because on that front, you vote unanimously with the corrupt partners. So you're saying Jubilee are corrupt. You and the Jubilee MPs all agree on increment. But on other things, we see absolute war. So convince me that the war is about Kenyans. Since all the salaries you're one. Convince me that when you attack an agenda, it's not a political journey you're on, but it's actually for the good of the nation. Yeah, because that's the problem. So I think we are over-legislated, which means we have become a heavily politicized society. Remember what I told you in a previous episode. Politicians must be know-it-alls.
Yes.
We are the wajuaji of society. So the propaganda machine in this country is like bushfire. Something happens and everybody's an aviation expert. Next thing something happens, everybody's a ship expert. Something happens, like now I heard the big war about Ebola. Everybody becomes a doctor and we are all experts and we've got theories everywhere. We're heavily politicized at the cost of true development, at the cost of national unity.
Hey, okay. What happens next? When does this from Ruto is in what party? How does this now lead up to where I think you're going?
So, promulgation, new constitution. In this new constitution journey, and after PEV, we are one. Uhuru, Ruto, come together. As we cross into PEV election, as Kibaki is seeking his second term, Uhuru is on the other side with, their opposing comes with Ruto.
Yes, Uhuru is in PNU.
Yeah, Uhuru is KANU, but they marry with PNU.
PNU, okay, yes.
Yeah.
And Ruto is?
Ruto is in KANU, but he crosses to the orange.
Okay.
Because remember, in the run-up to the 2007 elections, Uhuru drops his aspirations and backs Kibaki. Ruto goes and joins Raila. So he's a candidate on ODM for that election.
As a KANU member.
He's now moved.
Yes.
He's crossed. So, and remember KANU, we're not even talking KANU. See, remember KANU died.
Yeah.
When NAC was doing the MOU, they were doing with another animal called LDP. So that's where they are coming from. The KANU
remained with Uhuru.
With Uhuru and Ruto. But it's now dying. So
and
here
Musalia.
we are. Yeah, and Musalia. That's why in 2005, me and Biwot and others are in KANU branch competition.
Yes, which you made it in.
And Uhuru becomes chairman KANU, and Ruto becomes Secretary General KANU as we go to 2006.
And you become?
I become branch Kilome. My first win. And then we used to say it's equal to an MP. I used to say, mimi kama mjumbe.
So, but did you have pay?
No.
It was just a
title.
Just a title. Okay.
Position to leverage for more power later.
Okay.
But unfortunately for me, we do this June, July. Susan passes in October, and it rearranges my matrix. But these guys carry on in KANU. And in 2007, Kibaki is seen at a delegates congress for KANU. He has been invited by Uhuru, chairman. And he waves the finger. And so there's a pact coming. And Ruto is KANU Secretary General, but he's flirting with the orange. Because after the win between the orange and banana, he is flirting with this side. They had gone and backed banana as KANU. But after the win, Uhuru goes back to KANU with Ruto. But Ruto is flirting with
orange.
So he becomes a candidate for his seat on Orange Democratic Party.
Oh, wow.
Uhuru then is a PNU candidate, unless I'm wrong. But he's on that side of PNU. So there's that formation and there's this formation.
He backs up Kibaki.
Yes, he backs up Kibaki. So PEV happens and peace talks happen, and these guys are back. Uhuru is back as Minister of Finance. Ruto is back as Minister of Agriculture.
Everyone is in
the expanded government.
Yeah. Raila is Prime Minister, Ruto is in.
Yes.
Kibaki is in.
Kalonzo is in.
Kalonzo is in.
Yeah.
Kalonzo is Vice President.
He's Vice President. So they are all in.
Musalia?
Musalia loses his seat as MP.
Hey.
So he's home.
Yeah.
So he's spectating from outside.
Yeah.
No, wait, I'm wrong. Musalia loses his seat in 2002 after being vice president for a few months to Akaranga. Then he comes back and beats Akaranga, and he's back. He's offered the nomination seat in 2003 by KANU chairman by KANU chairman Moi, because Moi steps down in 2005.
Yes.
So Moi offers Musalia a nomination seat. Musalia declines. Said he wants to soul search. He wants to go to the ground and listen to the ground. So respectfully declines. Whether it was stage managed to build his profile, I don't know. So he doesn't take the nomination. So he sits out 2002 to 2007. Comes back in 2008, he's back. And unless I am wrong, he's Minister for Local Government.
He's Minister for Local Government.
In that expanded formation. Unless I'm wrong, yes. So they're all in.
Wait, I'm going to read you something that I read about Musalia.
Yes.
In one of my political groups, aka group with dads. I found this extremely hilarious. Yes. One skill that will save you is strategic uselessness. Being useless strategically. You see how nobody mentions Musalia when you criticize the government. This man has mastered the art. I would like to get your feedback on that.
Okay.
Because he's just, no one is complaining.
That, in my opinion, is extremely disrespectful. And I'll tell you why. You just need to look at his stint as Minister of Finance and identify if there were mega scandals under his watch. So people don't talk about it much. That's one stint. You see, it's very important as a nation. We don't always fall for the propaganda. We give credit where it's due. So, then as Vice President, for however few months, look at if there's anything controversial that came out of that. As Minister of Local Government, he is accused of having been involved in an acquisition for land that was supposed to be for graves because Langata Cemetery is full. I can't speak to that because of the facts therein. Fast forward to now. He is the prefect of the ministers in government, pretty much occupying the slot Matiang'i had occupied. He is also the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Have we done in the Foreign Affairs docket? The president was invited to G7. That's no mean feat. Those things are done under those levels. We have Monica Juma in Geneva. So,
we also have Sakaja in governor. Did he come? Isn't he?
He was instrumental in a way, yes.
Yes.
So, and I know this man. We've worked with him in Kano days and everything. So don't mistake the fact that he sits in the anointed team for him not being talented. I think he is a little like Kibaki. Guys who work quietly, don't shout on top of the hill to scream so that they get accolades. Why? Because if he was in cabinet in his 20s, he had to obviously be very cautious about what he says and does. He was a very young man. I want you to rewind the clock and ask yourself, when you were in your 20s, I think he was either 24, 28, Minister of Finance.
Wow.
So to trivialize this man is to say that you have to be noisy to be known. Is to give credit to the noisemakers and not the workers.
And that's what I was saying.
Yes, and the structure.
I asked, do you have to be noisy?
And the structure of government is such that we keep saying it's a great nation. We talk about a lot of good things that have happened in this country. There are people in the civil service who are serious performers, heavy lifters who are not known, you will never know them. And those people must be very comfortable in the space of someone like Musalia, because he's also a low-key operator. So these guys must do heavy lifting under him. And he's not a bully by nature. Either because of how he was socialized, how young he was when he got into government, or his own temperament. So whilst we talk about him being from the anointed crowd, we must also say he's a talented politician. Because from when he trounced Akaranga and came back, he's been relevant.
I mean, he's been in politics for decades.
He's been relevant.
Imagine his experience.
He could sit you down and tell you one or two things and you'd be shocked. It's not in his nature to come out. How many talk shows have you seen him on? Wow. And it's not that he refused to take interviews, but he'd probably tell you, switch off the camera, switch off the mics, what do you want to know? Even now I see he's being dragged into a controversy over Kindiki. You won't hear him talking. So I think, contrary to what a lot of people say, and a lot of people love that confrontational thing, I think we need more Musalias
I agree.
in government and in leadership. Because if we have more Musalias, we will have slightly lesser temperature. Things will calm down a little bit. Because we need that. We need a little calming down. There's too much venom, bile, and whether we like it or not, it translates to the grassroots. It translates to how our young men behave. It translates this goonism of politics. Because tumepandisha temperature. It's become who we have become. And it's scary. You just need to go to social media, like you were saying. And that's a closed forum. You need to go to the open forums and see the kind of venom that's flying out there. The insults. Somebody who has no clue, doesn't know you, never met you, goes there and goes extremely left on abuse. And you're wondering, so what do they hope to achieve? So there's a cabal, there's an anger. So I am of a completely contrary opinion. We need more Musalias. We need more guys like Musalia in government, higher levels. If you've got a beef with his corruption, that's where you want to go, put it out there, let people have a conversation about it. He is, in my humble opinion,
The master.
he's a humble guy. And I'll tell you why. Remember you talked to me about somebody the other day, who a lot of Kenyans like, Kivutha Kibwana. Wasn't he like Musalia? And let me tell you what Kivutha did as my governor. He gets into government, county government as governor, and the MCAs are holding him at ransom. Because next door, Alfred Mutua is doing benchmarking here and there with his MCAs. These guys want a repeat performance. They want to tour here, tour there because of their neighbors. He says, no, that's not my style of government. That's not how I govern. So they say, oh, we're going to show you. They want to do vote.
Impeachment.
Yeah, they want to impeach him. They even push an agenda. They're pushing it to the national level. Uhuru says no. Uhuru thinks, what door am I going to open? If these MCAs hold people at ransom, how many impeachments will we be dealing with? And what is the basis for the impeachment?
So does the president have to sign off on the impeachment?
This is what I was told back then, that for you to impeach a governor, he needed to sign off on it. After you've done, there's boxes you have to tick.
Yes, and he was one of them.
One of the boxes. And remember, even with regard to this impeachment, they had to point out some of the reasons. Because under the Constitution, there's what they say you must have done for this motion to pass. Same applies with governors, misuse of office, those things. And misuse of office is a big word. You've got to actually narrow down to specifics. So Kivutha,
They had nothing on him.
the very cool guy, what does he do? Just cool. He lets them do their thing. But he had the heartbeat on the ground. And within a short while, people realized these guys are in trouble. And true enough, when he went for his second term, 90% of those guys went home because of who he was. Those MCAs, all out. A new lot came in. And similar style of politics too.
Wow. We need more leaders like that.
We're too used to noisemakers. You can't blame us. For Raila to get traction against Kanu, he had to be a noisemaker. So there's a whole cluster of Kenyan population, political activists, guys who have an interest in politics, who believe that is the way. That's how business of politics is done. Because that's who Raila was. But again, like I said, that's the only way he could survive in the opposition. He was swimming against
It was life and death.
It was life and death. An all-powerful Daniel Toroitich who had now gone paranoid. So, so that then made us who we are. Guys like Professor Nyang'o, who are not given to that noise, sometimes would suffer. Even now as governor, you hear some people saying, oh, these guys, because they want the noise. But that's not how he was wired.
Wow.
His friend Orengo is wired like that.
So Kenyans need to understand that even now,
Yes.
as we enter into an election period,
Yes.
is the noisemaker the right person for you?
This is the thing.
Even though you like the noisemaker,
Yes.
is he or she the right person for you?
Like now, another example, which is close to me. Professor Malombe, governor of Kitui. First term, is a worker. is the same space with Kivuda and Musalia in terms of political operation. He's not a loud man, he's not in your face. And because of that, Charity, who's very
loud,
vocal, very combative, comes and convinces the county, this guy is not working, da. She gets governor.
Oh, wow.
After 5 years, guys realize, wait a minute. This professor was the guy. They vote him back in. So he's now on his final term, having taken a 5-year space.
He's like Trump.
Yes. He took a space. But why did they bring him back? They now did an audit. They said, what? We made a mistake. So back in.
Oh, man.
Yes. So, and that story is littered all over the country. If you just deep down, you'll see. Even MPs find, hey, this guy was pushed out. Guys realize, where? Mistake. Brought him back. Because they followed somebody who was more vocal.
More charismatic.
Yeah, louder. But probably not putting in the
Core ground vitally different.
and even folding up the sleeve to work. Because what I hear people from Kitui saying is that when they now did an audit, they realized this guy was a worker and was structured in his operation and did a good job of mapping where the county was going.
Wow.
Yes. And we suffer from another very dangerous thing as a country. So I become MP for Kilome. And when I step in, I'm in such a hurry to make my name. I ignore projects.
That were before.
And that's taxpayers' money. I start rolling out my own stuff. So what does it do? We are losing out. And because we are losing out, the county is worse off than it should have been. This guy was doing a bridge, it's in his name, I'm not going to do it. It's not, that's not how it's supposed to be. That's why I keep saying we are trapped in the 5-year cycle. So it's refreshing when you have a 2060 agenda. But let's critique, how do we do it? We need the political goodwill. So the president has heavy lifting to do. He's got to get the political goodwill. He's got to fold his sleeves and identify. He's got to put, you know, that helicopter view you have as a president. He's got to identify these partners of mine, so and so and so and so, not bringing value. It's time to sacrifice them for the good of my political career and for the good of Kenya. Because if you've got serious agendas you want to roll out, as he says he does, then the country is greater than any of his cronies. Yeah, so you say, this guy has got to go. This guy has got to go. This guy has got to go. Too bad. I'm sorry. You're not in my matrix for where we need to go.
Wow. You know, I don't see us getting past this. But let me take a break.
The elections were supposed to be held in 2012, not 2013. But because of this 2010 activity, we pushed the elections by a year.
No way.
Yes. Our political cycle was 2012, not 2013. The elections were pushed. Kenyans seem to forget these things.
So, to bring this conversation back to what happens then now in next.
Yes.
So I've understood this whole. Somebody had commented about Musalia. You've rightfully checked us.
Yes.
The noisemakers versus the
workers.
The workers.
Yes.
And how Kenyans even need to sometimes look in different. Noise making doesn't mean working.
And we went on offline and said, someone like Orengo, excellent debater. Excellent. I mean, if you're going to put a list of debaters in the last 20 years, guys who shine on the floor of the house, I don't know who can beat Orengo. But from what I hear in the whispers on the county level, he's in trouble. So, serious talent, misplaced. Guys who are debaters are going to become managers. That's not your place. That's not your place. So now when you do that, what happens is you're now exposed to shenanigans where a procurement deal of 30, 50 million can kick you out of office. Yet, as a debate, you are debater par excellence, which means you can serve this country seriously in an area where you are talented.
And even from a political perspective, where there's no term limit.
Exactly. And so because of that, and this is to the Kenyans who are too used to the louder, boisterous leader, you must identify where they belong in the political matrix, in the growth of Kenya. They have their space, which is in the debating line. When you come to management, it's a different space. And that is why, in our structure of government, inherited from the British, the person who runs a ministry is a PS. A lot of times they're invisible. You don't even know them. The minister is a political appointee. He is like the communicator. He is the one who talks and says he is that Orengo. He's the minister. The PS is the Malombe. He is the Kivuza Kibwana. He is the, who else have we talked about in that space? He's the worker. He's the Musalia. That's the PS. That's a guy who pushes stuff, gets stuff done, and is not necessarily loud. And I would imagine, even in the prime minister presidential space, in the countries that have that, one is ceremonial,
Yes.
one is a worker.
Yep.
Yes. And when you understand that, then you're able to actually pick the leaders that we need and put them in office. Because we understand their role. If you look at my guy UK, as a debater, shines, eloquence, baritone, body language, presence, he's got it. But I don't think he's a worker. So the combination of him and William Ruto was good because William Ruto is the genius. Fantastic work ethic. You know, a guy fearless. Fast forward, Ruto is president. He needs somebody who's a communicator, not him. Because the guy is a serious...
In fact, 99% of his problems have come from his mouth.
Exactly. And I keep saying, knowing how I observed him in the KANU days and looking at what he's done, this guy has a potential of being an extremely successful president who will be read about in the history books. But he is also doing stuff he shouldn't do.
So how did they get in? Let's go back.
Yes.
Let's wheel it.
Yes.
So, PV, Mkatenusu,
Yes.
Constitution.
Yes.
Yes. Then what's there?
So, constitution, new constitution, and groupings start forming because Kibaki is going home. We now have a new constitution. We're going to have devolved units. So again, the tribal matrix starts coming into play. So the old political networks for Kalonzo and for Raila, now people are activating.
Yani it's like a switch, eh?
They start.
As soon as election comes, it's back to switch tribe.
They start activating them. But now the matrix has changed. The Kalenjin community that were major players in the run-up to PEV and presented a huge block to Raila are now not with Raila. So when people say that Raila's vote was stolen in 2013, whenever that conversation comes up, I always ask people, Kalenjin vote has left Raila. Which vote came to replace the Kalenjin vote for you to convince me that he won and his vote was stolen?
Oh, wow.
It's a simple game of numbers. It's like Lego. You remove this box, you have to return a box of the same size back in.
Yeah.
So,
or bigger.
Or bigger. No, in Lego it has to fit. But in politics, it needs to be bigger. So you've removed 2 oranges from the basket. Which other 2 or 3 did you replace from?
Why did the Kalenjin vote go?
The Kalenjin vote exited because it was following William Samoei Ruto.
I get. He joined, like you rightfully said, he joined ODM from KANU.
Exactly.
While Uhuru joined PNU.
With KANU.
Yes.
So, and whenever I talk about William Ruto's ability, I don't want people to think I am selling a propaganda.
Yeah.
It is there in history. In 2007, in the run-up to what took us to PV, Ruto was able to gradually nudge Moi out of the seat of influence in the rift.
Wow.
They're all powerful.
Daniel Torrey teach.
Who made people ministers, made people army commanders, made people IGs, created people, picked people and made them something over the decades he was president. So therefore had people who are beholden to him, had networks. William Samoei was able to nudge him aside, was able to make it impossible for Gideon to win his seat. I think Gideon actually opted not to vie for his seat in Baringo. Moi's networks became, those who remained with him became casualties of the Ruto growth.
Wow.
So this is who William Samoei is. So as we go into PEV, he is the voice. That's why he ended up in ICC. Because if you look at the political matrix, this man has an influence in the rift.
And
So for whatever reason, whether or not, because I have no sight of that, they must have made a connection. Whether or not it was true, whether or not it was scheming, a connection is made purely because of where he sits in terms of influence in the rift.
Moi was pushing people towards Kibaki and Uhuru.
You see, Kibaki is on his final term. He's going to his second and final term.
Yeah.
Moi was heard saying, after the first round of bombers and ODM, and the orange won over the banana.
Yeah.
And they were now coming out to form ODM. Moi was heard rubbishing ODM. He said, hii kitu ya ODM ni nini? Hii ni ukabila. He went there before PV. Sometimes the media fails us because they don't draw our attention to some of those things. Moi called it before it erupted. Obviously, like we keep saying, being a consumer of intelligence, it can't go away just because you've left office. So he must have had people who were listening to. And they must have told him, the buzz on the ground is that there's some level of conversation or language here that is not healthy. There's things being said on the ground that could take us to trouble. Why I keep saying I'm worried. There's a way politicians talk, there's a way we communicate, and we are fanning some flames. So Moi must have seen this. So he actually said, what is this ODM? As it was being formed, he said, nini hii ODM? Tuchunge ukabila. So he must have seen it coming. So fast forward, PV comes and goes. The kingpin that has emerged.
So Moi, in that time, is supporting Uhuru and Kibaki.
Yeah, he would rather see this stable older man do his second term, then you guys can do your thing. And I believe he must have influenced the move by Uhuru.
Yes. He's still,
to remain.
He's still a puppet pulling strings.
And he must have told him, your turn will come.
Yes.
I am not saying Uhuru was a puppet.
I hear what you're
Far
saying.
from it. But I am saying that he must have had he must have told him, in my opinion, Uhuru, back this man, and as he's going home, take a second stab at the presidency. And look at that bet. Did it or did it not work?
It worked.
So you cannot rubbish that man's ability to, the giraffe.
The giraffe.
You can't.
Yeah.
So PV comes and goes. New constitution, formation of groups begins again, as always happens in Kenya. In fact, if you go a full 2-3 years after an election without high stakes politics as Kenya, you're lucky as a president. Because we start high stakes, immediately.
Yeah.
So promulgation was a focus, so the high stakes was suppressed. We're all in one basket. We're not fighting each other. We want this constitution. But as we're chasing the constitution, there are guys in the camp who are positioning. They are knowing, hii kienda hivi itaenda hivi.
Yes.
Yeah. So, fast forward, Ruto is in Raila's camp. He's made a name for himself now. And remember, he had done no.
Yes.
So he now has a national network. Nationally known. He has national recognition.
No second time round.
Yes.
Yes.
He's in the no camp in 2010. We move on from 2010. He's in this camp that ends up close second, if we go by the numbers announced by ECK, to Kibaki, who wins. He's in that formation. And they're agitating. And there's fire. And when the fire is quelled, government of national unity, he's back at the table as a prominent player, having been an active campaigner for Raila. But then he's thrown to the wolves in ICC. And Uhuru is thrown to the wolves in ICC. So there's a bitterness in the camps.
But do they go to ICC before? Yes, they go before, eh?
Yeah, I mean, they
go before.
They were suspects of crimes against humanity as candidates for president and deputy president.
I get it. Yes. Oh, wow. This is now another huge thing.
So from different camps, from opposing, let's put it this way, from warring corners, they end up in ICC, both as suspects. One from this side of PNU, one from this side of ODM. And as we know, these two communities were at arms with each other. Therefore, they are going to the SCCU as antagonists, not as partners. But within the camps, now some of us are, because of some of the proximity we had developed after 2-2 and what, we've got MPs, friends, you listen to guys. I've learned kidogo to consume intelligence, so I've got a friend I do coffee with, he talks, and I've known one or two other guys. There is a buzz developing in the support base of Uhuru and the support base of Ruto that they have been sacrificed. Because the contenders for the seat were Kibaki
and
Raila. So why is Kibaki not in ICC? Why is Raila not in ICC?
Yeah.
And that's what brings them together. To end up as joint team in 2013 and to win.
So had they not gone for this thing,
maybe they would have been in opposite sides.
You're joking. This so, now is when it hits me that they went to ICC individually and separate, plus with Sang.
And let me shock you even more. The elections were supposed to be held in 2012, not 2013. But because of this 2010 activity, we pushed the elections by a year.
No way.
Yes. Our political cycle was 2012, not 2013. The elections were pushed. Kenyans seem to forget these things. And when it was pushed, those in the camp of the ICC suspects felt it was being done so that, because Raila had power, he was a prime minister. Kalonzo was vice president. Kibaki was fading. They felt that these two have engineered so that we are behind bars before the elections are called in the ICC. That was a buzz in the networks. At least that's what came to me. I could be wrong, but that's what came to me.
They wanted it after, by the time.
That was a feeling, because they were feeling that this push to move the elections by 1 year, who does it favor?
Yes.
So the groupings within their support base starts building.
This is now when guys are looking at you, you're looking kidogo presidential. It's because of all this drama.
There's all this drama. And there's a real worry by the networks from the mountain, because if this guy is not ascending and Raila ascends, and Raila has a beef with the central community, with my cousins, what does it mean for them? And these are business players who have benefited from the Kibaki regime. They've made their money. anybody who's in business, myself included, would love a continuation. If you've benefited from this system, you want continuity. And what happens is you become a player. Not a politician, a player. You have interests. So your informations, which are even fundraising for the presidency, it is in your interest for continuity.
Yes.
Hence that now buzz. You guys, why don't you go for it? Paul Madaraka Mwidhaga is number 2. And I'm sure we were not the only ones. There must have been big others, a whole group.
For survival.
Others must have been talking to Peter Kenneth. He was mentioned prominently in a potential. He ended up on the ballot, and you recall. Yeah, so there must have been many. And when it became clear that Uhuru is no longer at risk, then I'm sure some of them pulled out of Peter Kenneth's camp. I'm sure.
This is a better bet.
Yeah, I'm sure. Because this guy has vied once. So name recognition is better. But more importantly, the victim space he occupies comes with it sympathy votes. So there's a cluster from the mountain who might not like him, who might not have warm memories of his father, but who look at him as a victim. Our son is going to be jailed. So,
and he's not the one who did it.
Yeah, so they collapse in there and they say, no, if Kibaki is not in ICC, this guy is being victimized. So that victim thing works in the favor of Uhuru. Same happens to Ruto. If Raila is not there, this guy is being set up. So it was actually a vote mobilizer. Just the fact that they were in ICC. And it added something else. People didn't quite look at Uhuru as Kikuyu now. He is Ruto's partner. They are a team. From where I sat, this is where I'm putting my vote.
And what's the buzz that you guys are hearing?
We are hearing that this ICC thing could or could not go their way. That's what we're hearing. And we are worried, myself included. We are saying, this is unfair. Why is UK in ICC? He was not the candidate. Why is he there? There are other guys who could carry should carry more responsibility than Uhuru. So, I mean, even me. And we are saying, no, this is not fair. So we are saying we're going to put our lot behind Uhuru. And I'm sure there were many. And I'm not from the mountain. So what do you think was being said in the mountain? Yeah. And on top of that, I'm saying, if the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin can come together under one umbrella immediately after the PV election, for me, that's a win. Yeah. Because after all, I've been in politics long enough to know that even the best guy, like Emilio, who shafted Raila MOU, could turn around and surprise you. So it's not just about the two. For me, it's about more than the two. It's about, because of my friend Madaraka Mwidhaga, it's about guys in Banda Forest. Kikuyus who are chased out of their farms. And you know these guys are industrious, they're hardworking. Guys who are dairy animals. And you're kicked out and your animals are slaughtered. It was about, for me, I was like, if those guys are going to get a semblance of peace, because there's nowhere for them to go to Moranga. They left Moranga. You know. So I was looking at it, I was like, sometimes, like we said, you lose to win. So I said, there were those who said, these guys cannot do, like I told you, the guy's telling me he's a colonialist, don't know why you're backing. But I was looking at it from that perspective. And also because the two of them were not fighting. You are president, I am deputy. There's no competition. Ruto was accepted to be this guy's deputy. So it means, off the mark, we are focused on where we are going.
Under what party?
And that is where now Uhuru comes and launches TNA.
So they arrive back. This one you have to mention.
So in the run-up.
So by the time they come,
yes,
there's human beings. This like what do you call this guy? Like Matiba on the road.
Now this is what happens. So they go to ICC. And the first round of ICC is done and they come back. You might or might not have heard a story of the famous money that was lost at the airport. Uhuru had, and now it was pushed out. Propaganda machine said he had, I don't know how many millions he lost at the airport. You know, if you look at the size, dimensions of $1 million, it's a big bundle. and it was a carry-on bag. So I think maybe he had $300,000 I don't know, that he lost at the airport. But now the buzz about he's gone, he's coming back, it's alive. Okay? He lands, and the need for him to create a vehicle to go to the elections with is real. Because PNU is now being seduced by George Saitoti. With yours truly, Jimmy Wanjigi, working with him. So George Saitoti looks like he'll be the candidate for PNU. Uhuru has recognized that it's time to leave KANU behind. It has lost traction.
Yes.
Yeah, with the people. And there's a newer voter in town, newer generation, whose memory of KANU might not be very warm. So it's time. So hence TNA. Hence the entry of one Sakaja as the chairman of TNA.
Okay.
And a very serious launch is held to present for TNA to take off. And our good and late friend,
Bruce of the Ambles,
is the guy on the steering wheel of that production. And what he does to those of us now who were following these guys is amazing. He does a setup. We are used to a podium where you are speaking and there are 7 mics, 9, 12 mics in front of you. He does a podium with 2 mics. Sets up a control room at the back room, and feeds all the media through his control room. What does that mean? I had this chat with Bruce and I just said, this guy's a genius. He said, we command what they will sell out there. Because we are the ones saying...
Giving them the output.
We're the ones saying, go to camera 1, go to camera 3,
yes,
go to camera... So if there's an area where there's the Uhuru is yawning, you're not going to see it.
Yep.
We are controlling the production, like a movie production.
Yeah, these guys, they just have one output. They don't need their 9 cameras there.
Fantastic. Anybody watching had, I think, 1 or 2 messages from friends abroad. They were like, what? You guys have taken this thing to another level. And then, of course, this guy who's a natural orator who had worked with Bruce and developed and become a candidate in 2-2 and became a minister of finance and became the chairman of KANU, you know, he was a natural now. So he stands up there and he speaks, and we're just looking up and saying, wow, president in waiting. And if I am not wrong, Ruto is invited. He's not a member of TNA, but he's a guest. But one man shines. And I wonder where he disappeared. Eugene Wamalwa. He looks like he's the guy who is ushering Uhuru to the mic. So a lot of us are thinking, this is going to be a ticket.
Yeah.
And you must hand it to Eugene. He speaks very well, English, baritone, everything is there. So the guy, emerges. And after the launch, they come out there's crowds outside. This is at KICC. And they address the crowds out there. And they have this thing of blazers off, shirts only with tie. And again, Eugene is shining. And we're all thinking, Allah, this could be the pair. And whilst that is going on, William Samoei is doing what? He's launching his party. He does his thing at Bomas.
Same day?
No.
Or after?
A little while, yes. Yeah. So now we have these 2 parties.
And Ruto launches what?
He launches...
URP? No.
URP. Initially, he had flirted with a party called UDM, whose chairman was a friend of mine, the late Lieutenant General Koech, who had served with my father when my mother gave birth to me. He was a junior officer. So when we reconnected and he was told who I was, he told me, I've seen you. I saw your mother pregnant. He asked me, when were you born? I said, 64. He said, niliona mama akiwa na mimba, tukifanya na mzee akiwa Kano. He was a junior officer. Him and Daudi Tonje worked under my father in Gilgil in 64. So now we meet and he's chairman of UDM when I'm now flirting in politics. So they did flirt with Ruto, and we thought that was a party Ruto would then own. I think there was some falling out, I'm not sure. So then URP is formed and he launches URP. So Uhuru's got TNA and William Samoei has got URP. And they are both pushing in their own, but there's a warmness, which is evident to anybody who can see. And those of us who were with them in 2002 in Kanu, and we saw the body language, we are thinking there's something cooking. Yes, Eugene was shining at the launch of TNA, but there's something cooking here. And then, of course, the merger happens. The two come together and they give Kenyans a ticket with Uhuru at the helm. And I'm telling you, the political alignments change quickly. And Jubilee is formed and CORD is formed. CORD being ODM Kenya, and some other parties. So Kalonzo is Raila's running mate, and Uhuru and Ruto are a team.
With Eugene.
Now Eugene, where does Eugene end up? Eugene ends up with his team, with Uhuru, in that round. And they go on. Balala is in there with them. Charity Ngilu is in there with them. They end up emerging as a force, elections, and they take it. And those of our generation who had walked with them when we were in our 30s are very excited. And somewhere in the genius move, somebody has coined them the .com generation. Emphasizing that they bring freshness and fresh ideas and a new age of doing things.
Does Raila protest?
Raila protests the win. He goes to the Supreme Court under an organization. But now the way it is done is an organization called AFRICOG, which was like an NGO, is the one challenging the win, and it's not Raila on behalf. They are the ones challenging it. And something interesting happens, and this thing about politics and political world. One Kathy Kilonzo, Mutula Kilonzo's younger sister, shines in that. She is the one presenting the case for AFRICOG with her late father there, and he's glowing, and the girl blows the country. And overnight, she's an overnight sensation. And when the father dies barely a year later, she's the first choice for governor for Makueni. Turns out she wasn't registered. There's some drama there. Mutula takes her space, becomes a senator to replace his father, who was the first senator of Makueni. Political drama. So this is an interesting journey for us who are now in this camp with Ruto, Uhuru.
So the Supreme Court doesn't accept?
The Supreme Court listens to the case. And interestingly also, interesting thing, the Chief Justice
This is our guy.
is...
Maraga.
No.
This guy with an earring.
Yes.
What's his name again? Mutunga.
Mutunga.
Yes.
Yes. Justice Mutunga is the Chief Justice of Kenya. A man who was a tear gas
Sniffer.
and who the likes of Martha Karua are sure cannot rule against them. He comes from the battle front with them, has been detained by Moi.
Yeah.
Is a man who has walked the path with them. But it goes the Uhuru way, and they're very bitter. And Kenyans, big Kenyans, there's always a plot, oh, he was bribed, he was what? But some of us are thinking, surely you are telling us you can bribe Mutunga. You're dreaming. He's cut his cloth in battle in that line. There's nobody who's in doubt. In fact, when he left office, he went back to the NGO ranks. He was visible in the NGO ranks because that's who he was. So, Uhuru is confirmed, sworn in Kasarani. Another momentous thing is done. During the swearing in, on influence from his deputy, they kneel in front of the nation and are prayed for on their knees at Kasarani.
Victory.
And a story is
Pull
told.
that spiritual card.
And a story is told that General Karangi, CGS, had opposed the move when he was told. Because in the military, how can the commander-in-chief be on his knees in front of the troops? There's no space for that. They are standing there to salute you, and you get on your knees. So the story is told that he opposed it. Whether it's true or rumor, fiction, I don't know. But through the management of the deputy president, the pillows are brought, they get on their knees, they're prayed for, and it is a major milestone for Kenya and a very big message to the church. And remember, William Samoei had gone no 2010, and some of the biggest support base he had were the clergy 2010. Now fast forward, he's deputy president, he's shown them we will need before the Creator.
And he had cried in church.
So the darling, yes, I remember, when the wife was consoling. So the darling relationship William had with the church was just building. That is why you saw their hand in 2022. They had no doubt that they now had a man of the cloth with them in State House. They were confident. Now we have our man in here. Doesn't drink, born again Christian, and has walked with us from 2010.
That doesn't drink is a big one, especially because of Man UK.
Yeah, well, you know, UK, my guy. I find that that was a part of the presidency that a lot of us who really, really felt he was a guy was not good. You know, the job of president is something not to be taken lightly or casually. And to go to Baba wa Taifa narrative we've been saying is the examples you present at that level are very important, because it influences leaders who could be 15, 20 when you're doing it, and will do it when they arise to whatever positions they do. So that was not a good thing. A lot of people laugh about it. For me, it's not comic relief at all. It is not. I find it unfortunate. I cannot speak to why he went there. I don't know whether it was pressure of office. I don't know. And like I keep saying, none of us are holier, should be holier than thou. But that was a negative part of that presidency. And for a lot of us who felt we had really, talked, we would be in forums, people would say, forget it, Uhuru would never be president, and we would take the fire and like I said, my own brother, who was in Saints with them, was Raila Damu, and any time we sat in a family forum, I would avoid bringing up a political conversation, because we will end up in a scenario where he's not happy, he's my elder brother, and it's becoming uncomfortable. So there was a lot of that. Even in my in-laws, Peti's family, they were not really pro him, and because Kalonzo was with Raila. So there was a lot of pushing. For me, in any Kamba forum family, that thing that I'm a Uhuru supporter, really, really. So when now we go this place where there's all this coming out and it's not under wraps, it's in media. Text, WhatsApp guys saying, your guy, man, your guy. And I cannot speak for why he's there. I don't know what challenges he's facing. So he's only human. But for me, it was a bad place. And I even say it could have been managed better, because you can actually be a heavy drinker and you're in office. And the people around you manage it so that it's not out there. This was really out there. And for me, it was an unfortunate part of that presidency.
Okay.
And an unnecessary one, if you ask me. Unnecessary one. Because when you're at that level, things can be managed. It can be managed. And you can be protected. And I might be oversaying it, but I think the people who work around a president have a duty to protect, because it's about an institution. It's not about an individual. And that protection could mean, outlawing people. You say, so-and-so is bad company. We're not going to allow him access through those gates. Manage media. I saw a very serious altercation between the media and the Kibaki family when Kibaki suffered an issue and he was being flown out, and it was almost violent, A lot of people will say, why? But sometimes those are things you do to protect the presidency, because the person is the office. And there's a level of decorum and what have you that you expect from the office. And so those around the president then, like they say, the king is naked. You cover him. Yeah. So for me, that was a very unfortunate part of Uhuru's presidency. And I don't know whether he was that forceful that they could manage it. I don't know, because some of us were not really in the center. After he took office, we were in the periphery. Things would come to us, we would hear whispers. Maybe we had access to somebody who's an insider and you hear things. It was an unfortunate part. And so, like you're saying, fast forward to William, it was a big thing for the church. This guy doesn't drink. This guy is a born-again Christian. It was a big, big thing. And that is why I believe he's been judged. The judgment has been harsher for him because of who he was when he ascended to the presidency and what he presented as, this is me, the Christian. This is me, the teetotaler. And like they say, what you present is what people judge. So the judgment to William Samoei Ruto has been harsher because of what he presented as the person he was. Very, very harsh. And it's a battle for him to fight. I think he's judged he's judged at a very harsh space. And that's why I keep saying he should remain the manager, because he's good at that. He's got the brain for that. He's got to get a communicator who takes the fire. When they were impeaching Rigathi, for a while he wasn't talking. And the focus switched from him. And he didn't comment. Anywhere he went, he didn't comment.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, this is good communication.
That must have been eating him. He's just like, gotta speak.
I know.
I gotta speak.
In fact, somebody put it very well the other day.
Exploded.
Somebody asked me, just like you're asking me about the Constitution, somebody asked me, so if you were in William Samoei's shoes, now, this is about 3 months ago, what would you do? I told him, what do you mean? The negative mood in the country, there's corruption narrative. So I told him, there's not too much is done that's not been done in the past. Even the extrajudicial killings. I don't think it's mind-blowing what he's done. It's the communication that's an issue. So he asked me, so what would you do? I said, I don't know. Maybe I'd put together a different team for communication. Maybe the guys I've got are not reading the ground, they're not smelling the coffee. And maybe I would say less. Maybe I would say, okay, I'll be talking this thing about the politics and the what and responding to the people who have hit me. I'll do it once a month. The rest of the month, let's talk about other things. Let's talk about Vision 2060. Let's talk about the road to Mau Summit. Let's keep it there. But once a month, I'll respond to the political. And then after that, you insult me all you want, you're not hearing from me. And it's not a program I'll tell Kenyans. I'll just decide. Every 30, 45 days is when I'll be responding to you guys. These are the time I'm talking about my scorecard. And then even the scorecard, I could also say, this scorecard, we're going to do it every 15 days. Or we're going to do it also monthly. We're not bombarding you. So if I come somewhere, in fact, what he did when he spent the night out in the northern part of the country, you saw that, when they moved the national celebration. That is the stuff I love to see, where he sat in traditional regalia with the elders and engaged them, because that's his strength. On one-on-one, he's powerful. That's what I would do as him. I would make sure I'm doing that more than this communication that's on 9 o'clock TV, 7 o'clock news. I'll do that touch, because that's my strength. I would do that touch, and I'll do it because he has a work ethic. I'll do it constantly, because Constantly engage. So I've got people quiet on the ground saying, this is our guy. This is our guy. And they might even shout. They're not even shouting, but and it's gone down. And they're saying, this is our guy. And he can do it. Why? With his memory, he knows where the guys are. He knows in the Garbab community who he can talk to. Mm-hmm. He knows in the Rendile who he can talk to. He knows when he comes to Kambani who he can talk to. He's got it. And it's not just in a paper, it's in this server. Mm-hmm. So whoever's whispering to him, these other engagements are not doing him any good.
Yeah.
They're not doing him any good. And it's only getting worse. And every time he's engaged, he responds, and I'm wondering why.
Yeah.
The insult he responds, I'm wondering why.
There's a time this Twitter space was a big thing.
Yes.
So after the
Gen Z
the Gen Z, he did one.
Yes.
And I think that's when it hit me, because one of the guys asked him, do you feel, like we can hear what you're saying,
yes,
but do you feel our pain?
Yes.
And it hit me, this guy is logical and not emotional. And he doesn't, because at that time, we didn't need his understanding.
Yes.
We didn't need his explanation.
Yes.
We needed to feel that he feels the pain.
Exactly.
Now, Uhuru was very good at that and very bad at the logic.
Showing the empathy.
Yes.
Yes.
So, my advice to him
yes,
would be, your intelligence is your weakness
yes,
in communication.
Yes.
You're
your own worst enemy.
Yes. I'd make him move about emotional things.
Yes.
And emotional things from a genuine perspective.
Yes.
Not from a PR.
Yes.
So I'd do what Bruce Odembo did to him. I'd teach him how to care.
Now, so that we level the playing field. In the same breath, I find that Sifuna responds he appears too angry sometimes. Even the talk show, engaging, his claws are out. And he doesn't need to. He's already a good orator. He's a debater. He has shown it. He has to tone down a little bit because this is a national stage now. This is not Nairobi. This is a national stage. You're addressing communities like the Kambas and the Luyas. Well, those Luyas are his people, but the Kambas who tend to go more for the soft-spoken leader. They lean more towards, when you are very loud, you're exciting for a short while, then they go back to their comfort zone. That's why Kalonzo does well in Ukambani.
Oh, wow.
He's wired the way Kambas like.
Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, he's wired the way Kambas like. Kambas, this is our son. And look, if you look at Kalonzo, when he's not taking on anybody, at any function, addressing any gathering, the Kambas are very proud because this is a father figure, he's polite, and then he's got name recognition, people know his face. So that's his strength to the community. When he crosses to Nyanza, he has to decide what the message is. So in the same breath, as we say, where William Ruto's shortcomings might be, that's also where Sifuna's shortcomings are. Kalonzo's strengths are in remaining the diplomat. Every time he gets out of character, he loses it. If he tries to replicate what the guy is saying, he loses it. If he says, Kasongo wants to kill us, he loses it.
Yeah.
Because the Kambas look at him and they wonder, why does he want to kill you? What have you done? And then now the others say, this guy is dreaming. You're not scaring Ruto, is he? So he shouldn't go there because that's not his strength. I remember having this conversation in 2005, when we were in a formation trying to map Kalonzo for president. And whoever was whispering to him, he was trying to pick up the narrative that was Raila, the combative narrative. And one time I watched, and I remember talking to a friend of mine who appeared to be on the kitchen with him, who I won't mention because I know he'll be a bit nervous about, because he's not in that camp now. And I told him, why is my brother going there? He said, no, he has to show Dume. I said, no. So what do you mean? I said, no. This guy has performed so well as a Minister of Foreign Affairs. He obviously has friends across the world. He is going out of character. It's going to show. I told him, when you remain in your skin, it's natural. And people buy what you're saying because you're speaking from here. It comes easy, your delivery is easy, people feel you, you connect. The moment you step out of that comfort zone, people start wondering. And then you look angry, you look agitated, and it's not you. And the guys who've worked with you in the decades start leaving you. And the people you're aspiring to appeal to already have their own guy. Raila's guys are not across and become your guy, not when Raila was alive. So going combative doesn't earn you votes with Raila's guys. Because you want to sound like him.
Yes.
But you're not going to get his guys. Because his guys are Bapambano. They are tear gas sniffing.
They know the real deal when they see it.
Exactly. So they'll wonder, what's this guy saying? But when you occupy that space, Emilio Mwai Kibaki occupied that space very well. Rarely got out of character. That brought him to the Tosha moment. Because everybody felt we can trust this man. Because of who he is. He's that laid-back guy, doesn't scare anyone. So even the MOU breach was placed on the shoulders of his handlers by a lot of the political class. Then they said, this Charity, Nani, this Martha, this Kiraitu, these are the guys. I want to. And that is why when Kofi Annan put Raila, Kibaki in a room, they came out of the cabinet. Reinforcing the point that these guys are the ones who dishonored, not him. Back to, he didn't get out of character. A lot of people, even those who didn't support him, felt, safe pair of hands, we can work with this guy. That was his space. And what would Kibaki do when he jumps a little bit out? He'd say, Mavia kuku. Kubafu. And it's not too much. And then he goes back into character, and you laugh, and you don't leave there hitting him. He did rallies in Ukambani, one or two. He wasn't that strong in Ukambani then, but still, nobody left there hating. You see? And that is, I was telling a friend of mine, who's in Kalonzo's camp, I was telling him, Kalonzo's strength is his perceived weakness. Let him not get out of character.
So what you said about Musalia? Yes.
His strength is just where he is. Don't overdo it. Don't dive too much into one term. You just do your thing. Just given the opportunity, you're going to present Kenyans with a choice. And you're going to be focused on the job. You're going to be focused on Kenya. You're going to stay away from the emotional position because, we have to combine one country. Because you want votes from Ruto's backyard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want us to take a break here.
Yes.
There's so many questions I have, especially from this last conversation, but then we can answer it in our next segment when we continue.
Yes.
So, for example, I want to understand in a political campaign, especially because you brought up these people, what entered my mind is the wives. What's the role of the wives in this?
Yes.
Especially, number two, what's the role of family? Because I remember the presentation of family and now how that's begun to play a role, especially in this new generation. Number three, is there a team that is managing and making all these guys? Are these people getting? Are there other Bruce Odhiambos who are taking these people to the podiums and therefore they speak according to the information they've gotten? Do these people have the freedom to be themselves? So we'll have a conversation actually about the runnings of these things. Yes. I feel like also now I don't want us to quickly run over this Ruto Uhuru first presidency because I'd like you to dissect it and for us and tell us, okay, so this is what it meant .com versus the old school. This is what it meant for these two different people to come together. This is what we felt. This is when that change in direction. How did technology affect all the new presidency? I remember Uhuru leaving after a couple of months, he left social media. Yes. So all these things and how they come to play. And then we go into their second term. And then now we go into Ruto's first term.
Yes.
Again, for me, it's thank you. I want you to give a parting shot to anybody who's been watching us this far.
Yes.
First of all, tell them to subscribe because we're going to continue.
It goes without saying. They need to subscribe. We're not even halfway. We're not even done.
Yes.
We're going to keep engaging you, the viewers and the listeners, because we believe we owe it to a lot of our younger generation. Personally, selfishly for me, the generation that is occupied by my children, my firstborn being 31, my lastborn being 21, that group are the people I love to do this for because I need them to make informed choices. And the most important thing we want to say on the parting shot is we are not the custodians of all the news political. We are not the custodians of where, drawing a roadmap for where Kenya is going. We are just presenting a position based on my personal experience and my oversight of things. We stand corrected where we are not, going with the facts as you would like them. And most importantly, this is not a personal attack on any leader. So don't sit in your corners and feel this guy is hitting my guy. That's not it. We are saying it as we see it for the good of the younger generation.
Hit that subscribe. We'll be back.